Call it.
I want heads. Hey.
Welcome everyone
Heads
to
it
the
is.
stream
I
for
would
the
like to go.
Guardtower League Cup for the third quarter of the Pokemon season in 2025. My name is Ben Osborne. I will be your commentator today. And for our first matchup, we have Connor up against
Too short
Miles.
for these
Both
tables.
players running
I'm sitting on my knees.
Here.
more or
I
less
got
the
him,
same deck, so there should be
High chair.
plenty of room for strategy here. They're very complex,
I'm not the only one.
but
Alright, sit up.
look into their lists. One is running the Dusknor line, the other is not, but we have a Dragapult mirror. So that Dusknor line may make the difference, it may not. Connor will be running that Dusknor line. Miles is
Still sit on my
not.
knees.
And as we see them going ahead, going ahead and shuffling up to set up for the game, we should be starting shortly. A couple of quick notes. This event does count towards the Columbus Invitational. Both players are doing very well in the standings for that. Miles is currently in first place with 530 points. Connor in second with 385. So both players doing very, very well in that competition at the moment. What have we here? So, looking into both players' lists, I do see a Temple of Sinnoh in Connor's list. That will probably not even hit the board this matchup, considering neither list actually runs any special energy. However, there is an interesting note. Miles' list does run one Monkey Dory. This could be an interesting tech, moving damage counters from the Dragapult's attack back across the table. That'll be something that Miles can do and Connor cannot. So that might provide some sort of response to Connor having Dusknor available and Miles not. There is just the one dark energy in Miles' list, so it is a one Monkey Dory and one darkness energy in Miles' list. There is also a Klefki in Miles' list, but that
They can see me.
probably will not make a whole lot of impact on this particular matchup. Both players running the Radiant Alakazam as their Radiant Pokemon.
Oh, I get that.
And let us see, there are two Lumineon V in Miles' list. It looks like just the one for Connor today. So, looks like
You're gonna build it.
there we have a mulligan on one side of the table. That'll be, looks like Connor has a mulligan for the first attempt. So an additional draw for Miles going into that first turn. It's unclear who has chosen to go first, but I suppose we'll find out in a moment.
I'm so short, I'm gonna have to like.
As we see, it looks like a supporter at least available for Miles as well,
You're gonna top that.
marking that one mulligan draw available at the top of the deck with a die. Let's see, two Arven in the hand currently. Looks like a Lance as well, so we'll see if Miles is able to utilize those coming into the first turn.
Yeah. Mr.
And we'll make one more attempt to get a basic Pokemon for Connor here. Looks like there is at least one, so we will be getting underway here momentarily.
Bro, what is this hand?
So just the one active Pokemon for both players, no bench Pokemon yet. Miles does go ahead and take the additional card for the mulligan draw.
Do we like hop up and go?
And we are good to go. The lone Lumineon start for Miles, who will in fact go first with the benefit of that mulligan draw. Does hit the Ultra Ball though, tossing one of those Arven and an Iono, it looks like, to go through the deck with that first search of the game. Quickly grabs a Dreepy, but will likely be taking a moment to double check the prizing that he'll be dealing with in this game. See just how impactful that might be. Checking, looks like Pokemon and Energy first. We do see that darkness energy available, so that is step 1 of the Monkey Dory strat. The question is, and I can't quite see now, but whether or not the Monkey Dory did also stay in the deck and avoid the prize cards. So we do see the Radiant Alakazam, plenty of Psychic energy. There was at least 2 Fire energies available as well. Does only run the 3, so it looks like one of those Fire energies is prized.
You can ask them to turn it off.
No, no.
Yeah, it drives me crazy too. You don't want to turn it
Yes, and looks like 4 Psychics available as well. So just the 1 Fire energy of the energies prized. Still going through here, making note of what is available and what isn't.
After or something.
Yeah, just shuffle up. Or, yeah, there's a picture of them.
Do see plenty of Dragon-type Pokemon in that little stack there for Miles. It is a fairly thick Dragapult line, the 4, and then just the 2 Dragapult EX, and then the 4 Dreepies and 4 Dracloak. Looks like most of that should be available for this match. As a reminder, we are playing single game rounds. They are 30 minutes plus 3 turns today. We'll also be playing a total of 5 Swiss rounds with a top cut to top 4 for the Masters division. We do only have the 3 seniors, no juniors today. Shuffling up after the deck search, and we should see some more action here in a moment. Not entirely sure what's
You technically
just a rearrangement of the prize cards here. Prefers the
you change
I had seen
3
it.
by
I had seen
2
it.
rather
I had
than
seen
2
it.
by 3 does Miles. And looks like just a pass, so no energy available.
you have an extra one.
And we will go into Connor's turn. Connor starting with the lone Duskull. Oh, looks like we have a sleeve issue on the Lumineon active for Miles. But Connor benching a Dreepy and then going in with an Arven to start out this game. Grabs a rescue board and a Buddy Poffin, grabbing another Dreepy and that irritating little Badoo
Itchy pollen.
to go ahead and start the game with an item locking irritating pollen attack. Do 10 damage to that active Lumineon V, and we will be shutting off items this turn. That does look like the Monkey Dory has hit the board for Miles, though, as Miles starts his turn, as well as a Lance to go back into the deck. Find a few more of those Dreepy and Dracloak for him. Well, looks like 1 each of those so far, and a second Dreepy. We have 3 Dreepies on the bench now, as well as that Dracloak, which will be going straight onto the Dreepy that was there at the beginning of the turn, we should think. Shuffling up, make sure we can proceed after that. Looks like just a pass, actually, as we have Connor having drawn and started the turn.
It's a nice sparkling crystal in here.
So we have the evolution of that Duskull into a Dusclops from the hand, and then an Iono. Both players shuffling up their hands, placing those shuffled hands at the bottom of the deck, and drawing a card for each card they have remaining in their prize cards. So 6 cards for both players. A second Duskull hitting the board now for Connor. And we have that first Dracloak of the game. We'll have a Recon Directive here. A Fire Energy attachment to that Dracloak as well. And there is the irritating pollen, itchy pollen, pardon me. Another 10 damage onto the Lumineon. We have another Lance. 2 Lances in that early game for Miles. We'll be grabbing at least a couple of Dracloak, it looks like. Yes, 2 Dracloak and 1 Dreepy. Just focusing on setup here for now, it looks like. It does seem that Connor has gotten a somewhat faster start here with the Dracloak on the second turn and the Dusclops as well. So we'll see what Miles can do in response. We've got the 2 Dracloaks both hitting the board and a couple of Recon Directives a third Dracloak into the hand, onto the board, and we will be grabbing that Pheasantipity, hopefully, for later on. And energy finally does hit the board for Miles, as well as that fourth Dreepy. So lots of dragons on the board right now for Miles. Oh, just a minute. That switch can't be played. Item lock shuts off that switch. That Dreepy needs to go back to the bench, and the Luminion needs to go back active.
What? Oh,
So as
switch.
we'll hopefully pause the game,
Yeah.
please.
Whoops.
Ah, there we are. Okay. Looks like we are
It's not gonna matter.
all set for now.
I did draw.
Wait,
Yes.
no, hang on a minute.
I don't.
It's just gonna be.
Yeah,
a
it's gonna be a warning.
Yeah.
That's last turn.
Not
Yeah,
entirely sure what we've
I
got
played
going on
switch
here.
in my
The
fish, and then I passed.
switch cannot be played.
I can't play switch.
We are
so-
currently under item lock.
Fish back? Yeah, that's right.
Okay, sounds like we have got
Yeah.
through. That is being rewound, and the switch has returned to the hand.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay,
already-
so we should be good for now.
I'm glad we caught that. Yeah, nice.
As we proceed back into Connor's turn, we have a Lance played here. And at this point, probably going for probably one of each. The, nope, looks like two Dreepies and a Dracloak. Only space for one of those Dreepies on the bench at the moment. That second Dracloak should hit the board. Plenty of draw power available then for Connor.
Yep.
Okay, that additional Dreepy does hit the board, as does the second Dracloak. And we begin with the Recon Directive now. Looks like there is the Sparkling Crystal available. Will Connor take it? Hard to tell what the other card is. Looks like no, that's going to be, is that a Luminion V? Second Recon Directive. We put the crystal to the bottom on the first one. So clearly not worried about attacking with that this turn. Just contemplating our next move here as another energy attached to that Dracloak. We are now ready to attack with it. And it has now evolved into Dragapult. And we are using
Good price.
Dusclops' ability, placing 5 damage counters on Miles' Dracloak with energy attached. So this Dragapult will be taking a 3-prize turn here, most likely.
Lockout.
It's going to cause some problems for Miles. All of his energy off the board, and part of his draw power gone as well. 2 prizes for that Luminion V, from the 200 to the active that Phantom Dive will do, and then 4 damage counters to the
2, 4,
Dracloak on the bench. I'm not sure where the other 2 have gone. Though, technically speaking, you could put all of those damage counters on that Dracloak. I'm not sure why you would, but it is an option. So, a couple of recon directives here for Miles, trying to respond to an explosive turn there for Connor. And benching the Pheasantipity and flipping the script, hopefully literally as well as by the name of the ability. We do see a Dragapult EX hit the board now for Miles as well. The trouble, though, is no energy available currently. I didn't see any in the hand either. We have a Nest Ball. We are able to play items this time around, don't worry, folks. A Nest Ball into... Just a minute, was that Luminion from the deck or the hand? We have grabbed the Crispin, though. And the Crispin has powered up the Dragapult here. We have a counter catcher as well, pulling up one of Connor's benched Dracloak, the only Dracloak, I should say. and a Phantom Dive, which will knock out both that Dracloak and the remaining benched Duskull. So possibly slowing down Connor's response here. But we do have both players setting up a Dragapult in the active position. Now another Dracloak comes down from Connor's hand. We will see a Night Stretcher grabbing another Dracloak, evolving both of those. So slightly less vulnerable position now for Connor on the bench. And just contemplating what our next action will be.
Action.
Okay.
We do see a Pheasantipity hitting the board on this side as well. So now that flipped the script available for Connor this time. Still deciding what our best course of action would be. We do see a boss's orders now. Lots of pressure coming down from Connor here. Jumping out to a huge lead in the prize cards already. It is currently 3-4. Connor is ahead by 1, but we have brought a Luminion into the active, and there are going to be 2 more prizes taken at least this turn. So just contemplating the use of another recon directive here. Looks like a decision has been made there. A second recon directive comes. And decision made there as well.
I'll just go.
And looks like the Phantom Dive will be coming down.
Wait.
Yeah.
We'll be knocking out the active Luminion V, and the question then becomes, where do we put the other damage counters?
Phantom Dive.
Yep.
3.
Looks like some at least will be going onto the Dreepy.
Yep.
Looks like 3 each on the Dreepy and Dracloak on the bench now. So both of those well within range for a snipe knockout with Dragapult next turn. So a tricky scenario here for Miles. Not sure how he's going to find his way out of this one. Does use a recon directive. Has to make sure that that damage gets put back. There we are. Another recon directive here after evolving the Dreepy. Challengingly, though, we do still have both of those Dracloak within range of a 6 damage counter knockout. We see an Arven come down, grabbing an Earthen Vessel.
Yeah. Wait.
I have an
Looks
announcement.
like we've
I have an
moved
I have an
now.
announcement.
We've got the Darkness Energy for the Monkey Dory. Looks
Yeah,
like
yeah,
we're
yeah.
moving 3 damage counters from one of those Dracloak to the Badoo on the other side of the board, perhaps. Did discard our Radiant Alakazam with that Earthen Vessel, though. It
Oh, it
may
doesn't
be a
matter.
bit too late for that to matter. We shall find out.
I'll just concede.
We gotta wait for the judgment. Yeah, I have the bear. You have no energy left.
It looks like maybe we haven't moved the damage counters with Monkey Dory just yet.
Yeah, I don't know why you benched the Fez.
I don't know. I didn't
Yeah, like
really need to draw.
Yeah, you didn't need the draw. You could stay in a dominant board position.
Interesting.
Because I had a good enough hand, like it didn't matter.
Yeah, like,
I had the boss before the
Yeah.
boss.
Okay, so it looks like we've
I
got a
just-
small
The
delay
blood
here.
moon
I'm
Right.
learning this deck. I
I can
just
switch plus
started
blood moon,
playing
right?
it.
Some confusion
Yeah,
amongst
I've
the
been playing
players, it
stage 2 decks
seems.
for a while. Since like Zard and stuff, so.
I built this deck literally yesterday.
So hopefully we will find out. It sounds like a judge call. Hopefully we will find out what exactly the
I
issue
don't think
is
it's gonna matter,
momentarily.
but I didn't announce Monkey Dory. I just moved the damage here.
Okay.
Do you want me to how do you want me to do this? He says I used it. I just did that. And I didn't take my hand off the dice either.
Okay.
I don't think. I also
Wonder
have
if it
one-
maybe had to do with the
Actually, you know what? It's fine. Let's just
Monkey
say I
Dory
did this.
ability there.
Okay. Yeah. I'll let him have this one because say I take a price. I'll bring
Okay,
up
it looks
Blood
like we are now
I'll retreat,
playing again.
and then it's knockout. And we lost 2 prizes.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah.
actually, no, it looks like we do have a winner.
Shouldn't have played the feds.
Yeah. That's what I should
And
have
that
done.
looks to be Connor's game.
Yeah.
So, there we have it. Connor advancing to 2-0, I believe, for the
played the
event.
Fez
Miles falling to 1-1.
Yeah.
Has extra draw support.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Oh. Here.
Yeah. I don't know.
Alrighty.
I don't think the Dutch were very.
Well, that'll be it for our second round of action at this League Cup. We will see you in just a bit for round 3.
GG's.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Guardtower Q3 League Cup. Before we get into our next round, just a quick point of correction. For the last match, it was Miles that won. It was not, in fact, Connor. Miles advances to 2-0. Connor will be at 1-1 going into the third round of play. Apologies for that. But we do have our matchup for round 3 ready for you now. On our left, so bottom side of the board, we will have Chloe, and top side of the board on our right, we have Kyle. Fun matchup for us today. We have Kyle is on the Saraledge Palkia deck. That'll be an interesting watch for us, hopefully. It does include one Monkey Dory as well, so we're getting a lot of Monkey Dory today, just as a one-of in a deck that might not otherwise play it. For those unaware, Saraledge likes to go fast, hit very, very hard. It is discard a bunch of energy, and its attack does more damage the more energy you have in the discard pile. What for 1 fire energy, 30 damage, plus 20 more for each energy in the bin. It does also run that 1/1 Palkia V-Star line, which allows it to put energies back onto the board when needed, which can help the Palkia attack as well as the Radiant Greninja if you need a couple of snipe hits to the bench. There is also a Budu in this list as well. On the other side of the table, we have something that I like to call fried fish. It is Sea King Festival Lead with Skeledirge EX in support. Skeledirge, if you may not be aware, has an ability that if you discard a fire energy from your hand, your attacks that turn do 60 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. And Sea King being a Festival Lead Pokemon, as long as there is Festival Grounds Stadium card in play, it can attack twice. And that plus 60 damage per Skeledirge used will apply to both of those attacks. So that can ramp up very quickly. Also in that deck we have a fairly thick Grookey line, a Thwacky line, which allows you to search your deck once per turn for any card as long as you have a Pokemon with Festival Lead ability in the active. There is also a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX in the deck for late game finishing hits. Now, the Skeledirge can also buff that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX's attack, so the base of 240 is then up to 300 on that hit. Looks like we have got going. It does appear that Kyle has chosen to go first, starting off with a Radiant Greninja's ability. So we do have 1 energy in the bin already. Does look like there's a Pheasantipity in the bin as well. Looks like we're going to Squawk and Seize here also. Looked like 3 energies. Yes, 3 energies going into the discard pile there. We have a total of 4 now. So things are ramping up very quickly indeed. The Saraledge's attack would already be doing 110 damage just off the bat. That said, we have yet to see a Charcadet. So we'll be looking for one of those in this hand. We do have a Nest Ball. Could be going for either the Charcadet, and it does look like it is. Could also have gone for the Palkia if it is available. So the Charcadet going to the bench from the Nest Ball. We also have an Earthen Vessel. That'll be discarding a Professor's Research. Safe to say there were no energies left in the hand prior to that. Looks like we're grabbing a Fire Energy and a Water Energy. The fire energy will go to the Char Cadet, and we have another earthen vessel discarding that other water energy, and it looks like grabbing 2 more of those. And Kyle will want to find a way to get those into the bin as quickly as possible. Currently 5 energies in the discard pile. Looking to get a couple more in by the end of this turn. Chloe did start a Fuecoco, not an ideal starter here. It is a 2-1-2 Skeletor's line, and it is a little bit tricky to get that out of the active. We do see the Carmine from Kyle. 2 more energies into the discard pile. That is 7 already on this first turn. So discarding that hand and drawing 5. And as a reminder, for those who may not be familiar with Carmine, it is allowed to be played on the first turn of the game, whereas you would not normally be allowed to play a supporter on that first turn. We see a jamming tower hit the board and a pass into Chloe's turn. Chloe leads off strong with a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Just looking through the deck, grabbing a couple of, or at least 1 fish it looks like. 1 Goldeen and 1 Grookie, what's being eyed at the moment. So at least a few Thwackies, at least a few Sea Kings available. And we do indeed see the Goldeen and the Grookie go to the bench.
For some reason, I was thinking Zork and Zark.
That's what I was gonna play until Ben was like, "You wanna play a stupid deck?"
Here's some festival lead shenanigans.
Now, the important thing also to note here on this matchup is that Kyle will be a little bit worried probably seeing that Goldeen hit the board. If he's aware that Sea King, being water type, is going to hit Saraledge for weakness. So any damage buffs to that Sea King are going to count essentially for double. We do see the Festival Grounds hit the board, bumping the jamming tower for Chloe. Contemplating and using now the Arven from the hand as the supporter for turn. There are some fun damage buffs in Chloe's list that are available for her to use. We do have 1 Black Belt's Training, which increases damage done on that turn to your opponent's EX Pokemon by 40. There is also a Kieran in the list, which offers both a switching option and the potential to do 30 more damage to your opponent's EX and V Pokemon. So it looks like we're grabbing another Buddy Buddy Poffin and a TM Evolution off of this Arven, so playing the Buddy Buddy Poffin immediately. Likely grabbing essentially the same thing we grabbed on the last one. 1 Goldeen, and if it's available, another Grookie, but it's possible those are in the prizes. Nope, looks like we do have 1 more available there. So just trying to set up our board later into the game. Now, the convenient thing here with Skeledirge, it must have a fire energy to discard to give its damage buff. Sea King's attack is for 1 colorless energy. It does 60 damage to the opponent's active Pokemon, and it allows you to draw 2 cards. So, if you are able to use Skeledirge's ability, discarding that fire energy, you will be hitting for 120 twice and drawing 4 cards. All right, we have the energy attachment to the Fuecoco here for turn, as well as the TM Evolution. Contemplating whether or not to attach or play anything else while we're at it. Looks like we are going to attack with the TM Evolution. Have we selected targets? I'm assuming we have done verbally. Unfortunately, I don't have the audio feed, so I don't know for certain. And we do see 1 Thwacky and 1 Sea King hitting the board. So starting to set up a little bit for later in the game. Chloe's list does also run Jet Energy, which gives a very useful option to get this Fuecoco, in this particular instance, out of the active and replace it with, hopefully, that Sea King. We do see a, Night Stretcher played to get one of those water energies out of the discard pile and attached to the Greninja, followed up by a Carmine discarding a hand. Looks like the Briar has now gone to the discard pile as well, which could cause some problems for Kyle later into the game. We do also see the Ceruledge hit the board, as well as another Jamming Tower discarding that Festival Grounds. And a Nest Ball to get another Charcadet. Setting up the board as much as he can here, Kyle is. We'll be hoping to try and take some prize cards before a fish starts swinging. Greninja here also a problem for Chloe if it can get set up. There is no bench barrier in this list. But that energy attachment will be used to retreat the Greninja, and it looks like the Ceruledge is going to be taking a knockout on this active Fuecoco.
Also going to conceal cards.
But not before a concealed cards, throwing away a Jet Energy. So we're up to 8 in the discard pile now, capping out at 190 damage for Ceruledge. Another energy into the discard pile with an Earthen Vessel to go grab a couple more. We do now see that Darkness Energy. I think we saw a couple hit the, or at least one hit the discard pile earlier. Kyle probably not super worried about moving damage from his Pokemon over across the board, because it is not likely in this matchup that there will be much damage left on the board at the end of a turn.
This card. I believe we're doing adequate damage to knock out.
He is up to 9 energies in the discard pile at the moment, though, hitting for 210 damage. Does so to that Fuecoco, takes the single prize knockout, and Chloe will promote the Sea King to replace it. Trying for turn. We do have another Thwackey in the hand already. So that is 2 free deck searches available to Chloe anytime she has a Festival Lead ability Pokemon in the active position. Starting off with a Boom Boom Groove with the first Thwackey.
The stadium.
Yes.
Okay, sweet.
Active Pokemon.
Perhaps? Yes.
Just wanted to make. I haven't played that deck in a hot
No,
minute.
you're good, you're good.
Needs a couple of things. Needs an energy to attack with, needs a Festival Grounds. There is the Festival Grounds.
Okay.
Second Boom Boom Groove hitting here.
Something's sus.
I believe I saw an energy in the hand earlier, so we shouldn't need another one of those available just yet. Likely, however, that Chloe did prize the one of Ace Spec for the deck, as we likely would have seen it on that first turn if it was there. That Precious Trolley in this list, very helpful, because it can actually grab multiple Fuecoco at the same time. Fuecoco, unfortunately, does not have a 70 HP version, so it is not available from Buddy Buddy Poffin. Chloe may be looking for a damage buff here, because it will need at least one of those to take a knockout this turn. Contemplating, looks like a Black Belt's Training here, which would do the job.
Boom Boom Groove. Gotcha.
Hitting for 200 into this Ceruledge twice. The base damage is 60, buffed to 100 by the Black Belt's Training, and then doubled for weakness on Ceruledge. So 200 the first hit, 200 the second would knock out Ceruledge.
Because I technically did reach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interestingly, though, I think I did see a Vitality Band in that hand. The Vitality Band would do enough on its own. That extra 10 damage, taking it to 70, 140 twice will knock out the Ceruledge. But we do see the Black Belt's Training this time,
And that's an additional 60 damage.
It's 40.
and so attacking this turn will be more than enough to get that accomplished.
Before. Attach return.
You see the fire energy hit the board on Sea King, holding onto that jet energy for later just in case something gets stuck in the active that we don't want there.
So we're gonna be doing
Contemplating any further actions before hitting into Saraledge.
so 100,
And then since I'm weak to it, that is
200,
200.
and then 200 again.
Okay. So that is 400 damage. That's
Yes.
a knockout.
Yeah.
And we will see,
Oh, wow.
it looks like that attacked twice,
That's scary.
drawing 4 cards, knocking out the Saraledge, and taking 2 prize cards for that as well.
Roll for turn. I'm going to play Palpat. And I'm going to throw a Briar
Alrighty.
back into the deck.
Looks like we have a pal pad for Kyle, throwing a couple of supporters back into the deck, getting that Briar. That'll be helpful later on.
Do that first.
And now an Ultra Ball, tossing another Ultra Ball and a Charcadet.
Discarding the Ultra Ball.
Needs that Saraledge this turn.
To grab.
And we do see that. So should have the means to attack and respond here, knocking out the Sea King, assuming, of course, Kyle has access to the fire energy. He does only run 7 of those. And there are 2 in the discard pile at the moment. But he does have the one in the hand, will attach it to the active Saraledge. And we will also see that Darkness Energy discarded for concealed cards on Radiant Greninja.
We have not played a support yet, so I'm going to use that to grab Squawkabilly.
We see the Professor Turo's scenario, picking up the Squawkabilly, trying to deny those easy 2 prizes.
We will do Abysmal Flames for 30.
And the attack into the Sea King, knocking that out, taking 1 prize. And Chloe will promote the Goldeen to replace it. An awful lot more cards in her hand this time, though. Drawing for turn looks like a superior energy retrieval there. We do have the Sea King in the hand right away. Having a look at that hand, the trouble with this deck a lot of the time as we attach that fire energy, making sure we can attack this turn, is that sometimes you get too many options. There are an awful lot of cards that you get to look at a given time, and having 2 searches for any card in the deck, you have a lot of options to consider. Now we do see that Vitality Band hit the board now, and that will add 10 damage to each attack used by Sea King. That'll buff its damage to 70, as we said before. Doubled by weakness will be 140, and hitting twice with 140 is 280 and enough to take out the Saraledge. So we see both Boom Boom Grooves employed here. Contemplating the Lana's Aid and possibly an Earthen Vessel here. Looks like that will be what we go with. And as these deck searches are for any card, they do not need to be revealed to the opponent, because they very clearly are a card. Alrighty, we do have the Lana's Aid now. Going and grabbing that entire Pokemon that just got knocked out. Goldeen hitting the board once again. In a pretty good position now, Chloe is. There will not be much opportunity for a response on Kyle's next turn. There is no Thornton in Kyle's list, so that Greninja is going to stay a Greninja, and there is not a way to power it up in one turn. And now attacking twice into the Saraledge, taking 2 more prize cards. Chloe taking a commanding 4-2 lead in this game.
Turn down Badoo.
Kyle hitting the Badoo off of the top deck, it looks like. And we may be desperate enough that that's all we can do. We do see the concealed cards discarding yet another fire energy.
Well, that's go ahead and use Nest Ball.
And a nest ball, hoping to find one more attacker, because at the moment, there's not a whole lot going on for Kyle. We do see the Palkia V hit the board.
Let's see here.
And next turn, that will be able to power up the Greninja and cause potentially some problems for Chloe. But at the moment, there is not a whole lot Kyle can do this turn. Looks like maybe contemplating a supporter here. Not a lot of cards left in the deck. Looks like no more than about 7 or 8. And that is a danger as well for Ceruledge, that it goes through the deck very, very quickly. You want to get as much energy as you can into the discard pile, but then you run into the risk of hitting a one-prize deck like Chloe's and maybe not having enough. So we do see the pass into Chloe's turn. And should be at the very least this Greninja going down this turn. We see the first Boom Boom Groove. Contemplating the Kieran, it looks like. And that is what we see there.
Maybe do the other one, maybe not. Unsure.
And now considering perhaps what to do with that second Boom Boom Groove. Sea King has 110 HP, so it would be safe from Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken, both active and on the bench. Thwacky as well has 100 HP, so Greninja potentially an issue later if it were to survive this turn. And it looks like that is all for this deck search. Contemplating the use of a few different options here, Chloe is. Still does have that Boom Boom Groove available. There is a Boss's Orders in the hand, but no way to buff the damage enough to knock out that Palkia V on the bench this turn for the game. We do see the other Goldeen evolved into a Sea King, as well as an energy attached to it. Contemplating perhaps a Boss's Orders, maybe to hit into the Palkia and soften it up more. But given that we've evolved to everything with at least 100 hit points now, there is essentially no danger from the Greninja. But we are going to attack twice into it, get to draw those nice 4 cards, as well as take the one prize knockout. And of course, there is that ace spec. Now, not a whole lot of help later into the game. Not a whole lot of basic Pokemon we need to be putting onto the board here. But it is up to Kyle. Can he find a response? We have a Boss's Orders to pull a Thwacky up, hopefully disabling the Boom Boom Groove on the next turn, as well as an Ultra Ball.
Alright, so there is a single card in here that
Uh-oh.
is
Looks like the Ultra Ball has come up empty as well. Kyle potentially completely out of options here.
getting out of this to knock out my Lumberoo.
We have already used the supporter for the turn. There's no Pheasantipity that I can see to give an extra draw power. Looks like this may be the saddest Itchy Pollen of all time. We do see the Itchy Pollen, it looks like, 10 damage and no items available for Chloe on this turn. But that shouldn't matter much because we saw earlier she does still have a Jet Energy in hand.
Even then, I'm not
That jet energy would be able to put one of the Sea King to the active position, and all she needs is that one prize knockout. The Kieran also offers a switch, and Badu, remember, has only 30 HP. Any attack will win the game here. We do see the Kieran to promote a Sea King, and Sea King's attack will do 60 damage, more than enough to knock out Badu, taking Chloe's final prize. Chloe will win this game.
Discarded the V-Star.
And looks like we had discarded a few pretty important attackers for Kyle early on. So Chloe is the winner. Sea King overcomes Sarah Ledge. And that is all for our round 3 coverage. We will be right back for coverage of round 4 of the Guardtower League Cup for Q3 in just a few minutes. Stay
Not
tuned.
great, no.
Welcome back to our Guardtower Quarter 3 League Cup. We have round 4 action coming your way this round. We have Isaiah versus Nathan. An interesting matchup. It'll be a lot of turtles, essentially. We have a Terrapagos with the Noctowl line as well as Palkia V-Star. And we also have Terrapagos with Cloth in supporting cast as well. Two fairly interesting lists. We have just the 7 water energies for the Terrapagos with Palkia V-Star. So it seems like it may lean more on Palkia than it does on Terrapagos. And we have the very kind of all over the place list of a Terrapagos Cloth approach. There are a couple of Badu, a Sneasler, of course, to help buff that poison damage from the Brute Bonnet. There is a Squawkabilly, just the one Cloth in this list, and then one each of Peturunt and Peturunt EX. So lots of poison shenanigans going on with this particular build. 2 Luminion V as well. Want to make sure you get what you need early in the game. Consistency, as always in this game, is key. So we are setting up, it looks like, a couple of options here for Nathan, who will be on our left as well as bottom side of the play area with the lighter green sleeves. And with the darker green sleeves, we do have Isaiah, who will be on our right as well and at the top. Alrighty, 1 basic each for these players going into this round. And looks like they are ready to go.
Cool, the glass camera? Oh my god.
Now there is a danger of potentially a first turn win here. That is something that Cloth variants of this list really try to go for. So it will be imperative for Isaiah to try and get another basic Pokemon onto that bench. Looks like we are starting off with a Ditto, which might just be enough to protect us here. It does get to search the deck and replace itself with another basic Pokemon. So it looks like we're using that right off the bat, try and get something with a little bit more HP that can maybe help tank a hit. Or, in this case, we do see the Rotom using its ability right away to get a couple of basic Pokemon. So we are safe now from that turn 1 knockout, or at least that turn 1 win. The knockout's still very much on the cards, especially with Radiant Hisui and Sneasler in play already.
That's great.
So just looking through the deck for that first, well, essentially first deck search. We'll grab 2 Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl, setting up for later in the game to give Isaiah some options in terms of finding his supporting cast. So 1 Hoot Hoot hits the board. Looks like an Earthen Vessel tossing that Noctowl. Interesting approach here. And so we will grab a couple of water energies with that Earthen Vessel, it looks like. Yes, indeed, 2 basic waters. And tossing one of them with, looks like another Earthen Vessel to grab a couple more water energy here. Just setting up for the V-Star power on Origin form Palkia V-Star. Get a couple of water energies in the bin, couple in the hand. We do see the Radiant Greninja hit the board, as well as the Palkia V. There is another Hoot Hoot, and we are starting to see what looks like a setup here for Isaiah. So a couple of cards off of Radiant Greninja's ability there. An attachment from hand for the turn to the Rotom in the active, and we will see a pass going into Nathan's turn. A couple of different options on how to start the game here for Nathan. Looks like we'll start off strong with a Hisuian Heavy Ball. Just look right at the prizes. No need to be checking those during a deck search if you can just look at them right away. And we will be grabbing that Oranguru V, which has the ability to go and search your deck for a couple of Pokemon Tool cards if it is active once per turn. We'll replace those prize cards and move along. So it does look like there's a Brute Bonnet and possibly the Pecharunt EX in hand as well. Contemplating an Ultra Ball here, but not maybe sure what to discard with it. Looks like thinking discarding both of those Pokemon, and we do in fact see it. So both the Brute Bonnet and the Pecharunt EX. Well, maybe.
I know, right? I mean,
Looks like we're not quite sure what we want to do just yet. Alrighty, looks like that Ultra Ball is maybe going to happen.
no, it's not even gonna work. That's the thing. Yeah, okay. No, I know what I prize. Forget it.
Taking a moment to really thoroughly think through this decision here. So we do have that Ultra Ball. We do discard the Brute Bonnet and the Pecharunt EX. And that Ultra Ball will afford us our first deck search of the game. Looks like we'll be going straight for the Terapagos EX. And the Forest Sealstone hits the board on that first turn for the Oranguru V. Using Star Alchemy, we've also placed a
Oh, just sitting right there.
Stadium Area 0 Underdepths. We'll be grabbing the Precious Trolley to fill out the rest of that bench. And because it is up to 8, because there is a Terapagos EX in play, we will go and have the option to grab 6 other Pokemon here.
Yeah, and you will. That's the problem.
Might start to run out of space on this playmat here. So we see a Brute Bonnet, we see another Terapagos protecting that bench in its larger state. We see a Latios EX, pardon me. And 3 more options now, as that Precious Trolley does give you the option to completely fill the bench. A powerful effect, to be sure, as is befitting an Ace Spec. Remember, only 1 Ace Spec allowed per deck, regardless of which one it is.
I'd love to. Yeah, but I can't.
We were thinking about the Badoo a moment ago, but it looks like we've chosen to go with the Pheasantipity instead, as well as a Squawkabilly EX.
Let's play. That would be awesome. So we can get. Yeah, that's what we want. Where's the...
And one last option here for Nathan.
It's just Badoo's left. And then... Oh, yeah.
So many decisions, so many options, and we do finally see the Badoo.
Probably gonna show me. What is
We might be getting a bit itchy here after all. Now it looks like that Radiant Hisuian Sneasler may be stuck on the active now, as the energy attachment for the turn has put a double turbo energy onto the Terapagos EX. So we will not be able to attach an energy to retreat the Hisuian Sneasler. But a full bench, a pretty solid setup so far. We do still have the option of that Squawkabilly EX's Squawk and Seize ability discard what remains of the hand, and draw 6 cards. Looks like that hand was actually empty at that point. So we'll basically just draw 6.
I won't use it again. I promise that.
A few new options now for Nathan to contemplate. Of course, Latias EX does have an ability that makes basic Pokemon's retreat cost 0, or rather removes the retreat cost. And we'll go in with Oranguru V, searching for a couple of Pokemon tools. We have now set up the Brute Bonnet with its Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and the Badoo with its Binding Mochi, which will buff damage if it attacks while poisoned.
It's gonna fly to poison itself, so.
Now the question is there a switch out to get the Oranguru out of the active now, as you can only retreat once per turn? Oh, just a minute. Is that another retreat? I don't see a switch on the board. Stop the game, please.
40, 30, knockout. Between turns, no fast.
Stop him from taking those prizes, please.
What do we do?
What did we do?
I don't know.
Okay, it's possible I've missed something, but I'm fairly certain we've retreated twice here.
I wonder what I did.
I don't know.
That's an interesting thing that. when
So
you're
we will await the judge call there.
probability of getting judge calls.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Yes.
Oh, we didn't call anything. No.
She just said.
She
judge
said we
call.
need a judge call. Well, I don't need a judge call.
Now again, it is entirely possible there was an effect that switched them that I did not see.
No, I mean, this is a standard, like attacks with a poisoned Badoo. Oh, switch card? Here you go, man. Switch card was
Oh, that's a
played.
B in it. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, there is a
yeah,
switch card there.
Can the commentator
Oh, dear.
call a judge?
Okay, nope, we're good.
All right, well, if you got something, man, let us
My
know.
apologies, that was under the camera feed for
I
uh,
understand.
for Isaiah there.
Yeah, okay.
Alrighty, all clear there. So we are all good, no worries here.
Thinking what I want to put.
So we will take that knockout with the poison to get rid of the Rotom, and one prize will go to Nathan for that knockout.
This is really tough.
And of course there will be poison damage put onto the Badoo as it remains in the active. So just the 20 hit points left on Badoo. And drawing to start the turn is Isaiah. Evolving to the Palkia V-Star straight away. And plenty of water energy in the bin available for Isaiah. Now 3 Hoot Hoot on the board. 2 of them can evolve this turn.
I didn't, I do now.
And we will lead off with a Radiant Greninja's concealed cards, discarding an energy and drawing a couple more. A couple more cards, that is. And Isaiah now using his V-Star power to attach 3 basic water energy from the discard pile to water Pokemon on his board. So 2 of those going onto the Palkia V-Star and 1 to the Radiant Greninja.
I did misplay that. I misplayed too, so. Knockout.
And we do see the Subspace Swell attack. So it does 60 damage, plus 20 more for each bench Pokemon in play, which from here it looks like there are 12 of those. So total of, I believe, 300 damage. You know, casual 10 times the damage you need to knock out the Badoo. And we are into Nathan's turn once again. Even on prizes once more.
No, I looked.
And we do see that ability from Oranguru once more, grabbing a Binding Mochi And looks like that may be all. Nope, there is another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule selected.
Good. Now I can flip the script. Yeah, I'm going.
So that plus 40 damage with the Binding Mochi, very, very strong. Particularly with something like Terapagos, which is limited in its damage to the amount of benched Pokemon you have. We also see a Nest Ball. We do have that bench slot opened up by the knockout on the Badoo earlier.
Yeah.
And quickly replaced with, it looks like a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. So just setting up an attacker for later in the game. Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, note, is very, very strong late game. Its ability reduces the attack cost by 1 colorless for each prize card your opponent's taken. So if your opponent only has 1 prize card remaining, Blood Moon Ursaluna EX attacks for free. Flipping the script here is Nathan, drawing 3 cards off the top of the deck as they had a Pokemon knocked out on their opponent's previous turn. The Binding Mochi does indeed go to the Terapagos EX. And with that full bench, it will be hitting for quite a lot of damage here. Should be 260, and the poison applied by the Brute Bonnet, buffed by Radiant Hisui and Sneasler, will be enough to knock out Palkia V-Star between turns. And that's important, as it will not trigger Pheasantipiti's Flip the Script ability. That will not be available for Isaiah in the following turn. So 3 prizes now taken for Nathan, just the 1 still for Isaiah. And may have a tough time powering up to attack on this turn.
My mistake was not putting this down.
We do see there are some Glass Trumpets in the list, though, so that will be an option. There are plenty of water energy in the discard pile. We do see a Palkia V hit the board, and we have evolved into a Noctowl. There is a Terapagos EX on the board. There is a Terra Pokemon, therefore, to satisfy the requirement for that ability. So Isaiah will get to search the deck for 2 trainer cards here.
Is that your hand?
Yeah.
And it looks like those will be an Ultra Ball and a Roxanne. A strong comeback card, that Roxanne. It is a supporter, which has both players shuffle their hands into their decks. The player playing it draws 6. The player on the other side of the table only draws 2. And it can only be played if the opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards remaining. We do see the attachment from the Glass Trumpet, it looks like, to the Terapagos EX. And 1 goes to a Hoot Hoot as well. And still the attachment from hand available if there is in fact an energy in that hand. We'll need that in order to respond to the knockout last turn. Seeing another Ultra Ball here, it looks like. By the way, we did also have a Mew EX hit the board on Isaiah's side. So giving the option for a little bit more draw power there. Still contemplating, it looks like, what else to discard with the Ultra Ball. The Area 0 Under Depths is a pretty easy choice for the first one, as that is the only stadium either player here is running, and it is unlikely to leave the board. There are 4 of those, I believe, in each list. Nope, I'm sorry, Isaiah only does play the 3. But as there is 1 on Nathan's side of the board already, those 3 cards, not a whole lot of help in this matchup. We do see another Noctowl. Gonna go search for 2 more trainer cards here. Looks like a Nest Ball and an Energy Switch there. The Nest Ball, we do still have bench space available. And we see another Terapagos protecting that additional bench space as well, as that stadium's not going anywhere. And a reminder to our viewers that if your only Terra Pokemon in play is knocked out while that stadium is in play, Your bench does get reduced back down to 5 rather than 8. And we see another Palkia V hit the board as well before we play Roxanne. So both players will shuffle their hands into their decks. Isaiah will draw 6, and Nathan will draw 2. The comeback mechanic, Isaiah is hoping, will slow Nathan down just enough that he can catch and potentially overtake in this prize race.
That's kind of crazy.
Because as it stands, Nathan is in the driver's seat for this match.
I should have drew 2.
You shuffle. Oh, yeah, maybe use them, maybe don't. Yeah.
And then either way to get
You're
shuffled.
gonna lose them though, right?
Yeah, I'll lose them with the shuffle.
So 3 prize cards taken by Nathan, just the 1 for Isaiah so far. Looks like we are well within knockout range for that Terapagos on its counterpart on Nathan's side of the board for this turn. So we should be level on prizes once this turn has ended.
Then I will.
But Isaiah will be hoping that that Roxanne will have removed enough of the resources from Nathan's availability to give him maybe a turn in which to catch up and overtake him in the prize race. We do see the Terapagos attack knocking out its counterpart. We are now level on prize. And Nathan will promote the Oranguru V once more and have that search available. Drawing for turn. And once more, that Pheasantipity is an option as well. But starting out with the search for 2 Pokemon Tool cards right off the bat. Grabbing yet another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Although that could well be the same one, as that hand we had previously was Roxanne back into the deck. So the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule and the Binding Mochi. Stop me if you've heard this one before, folks. The same search as last turn.
Oh, shoot. Someone's trying to call me.
It's not
So
the
should be
right
5 cards currently in Nathan's hand. We've not played any of them yet and searched for 2 more, putting us to 5 after the draw for turn gave us that 3rd card. We will still have the option of Flip the Script on Pheasantipity EX. We'll see up to 8 cards here. And Nathan will be hoping a couple of those at least are very, very helpful.
That's available out.
Did get a glimpse of Nathan's hand here. Does look like the cloth is in there. So really all he needs at the moment is a double turbo energy. And should be able to take a weakness 1-hit knockout on this Terapagos EX, go down to 1 prize card, and only give up 1 in return if Isaiah is able to respond on the following turn. We do see an Ultra Ball played here by Nathan, discarding that Hisuian Heavy Ball that he got presumably right back out of the prize cards. Though there are 2 in the list, it may have been drawn. And tossing a Nest Ball as well.
An Ultra Ball, a Heavy Ball, and a Nest Ball.
Now for clarity, there are only basic Pokemon in Nathan's list, so a Nest Ball would be able to get a basic Pokemon to the bench regardless. However, if it is a Lumineon V, which in fact it is, that does have to be played from the hand to get the benefit of Luminous Sign's ability. And we see that search for a Colress's Tenacity, which allows you to search for a Stadium card and an energy. Can be a special energy, so that'll grab that double turbo. The tricky bit, however, here for Nathan is that by playing that Lumineon V, there is no longer a space for the cloth. So we're going to have to make do with what we've got on the board. The Terapagos should be more than enough with a damage buff from the Binding Mochi once it's been poisoned by the Brute Bonnet. So that should be enough to knock out the Terapagos on the other side of the board with poison between turns, once again denying Pheasantipity's Flip the Script for Isaiah. We do see the Binding Mochi hit the board on the Ursaluna, however.
So I'm going to
The energy, though, still going to that Terrapagos.
220 plus 30 to you. I'm going to poison before I retreat.
Nathan doing some maths here, it looks like. We'll retreat into the Terrapagos.
No poison here, there's poison there. I'll attack for 2.
And that poison, yes, that should be enough anyway. We will be hitting for 240 base, minus the 20 for the double turbo energy, but the poison will give you just that little bit of extra damage. And the poison will knock out the Terrapagos between turns. Isaiah draws for turn after promoting the free retreating Mew EX. Does get the Night Stretcher to bring back Palkia V-Star. And the third Noctowl now going in for a couple more trainer cards for this hand. Isaiah will be desperate to take a knockout to keep on pace in the prize race and not leave himself open to a return knockout from Nathan. The tricky bit there, though, is that the only thing on the board that can survive Blood Moon Ursaluna's attack is that Palkia V-Star, and if there's poison damage involved, even that may not be enough. So the writing may be on the wall here for Isaiah. Might not be much they can do. Still searching through the deck for those couple of trainer cards. Looks like a Lost Vacuum
So we go back.
to hopefully get rid of that Binding Mochi. Help that Palkia V-Star survive the hit from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And we are seeing that vacuum played. And rather than get rid of the tool, looks like we're getting rid of the stadium this time round.
Look at us. Like I want every card here, man. That's 6
Oh.
right there.
We've duplicated a bird there. That's not how that works.
Gotta lower his attack.
So both players having to discard down to 5 Pokemon on the bench after the removal of the stadium, which should, by the way, be in the lost zone for Nathan, rather than being discarded. We'll surely get that sorted out at some point. Though there is nothing in Nathan's list that could put it back into the deck one way or another.
Oh, back to back. Yeah, stadium's back, so you keep doing it again, right?
Looks like we do see an Area 0 underdepths from Isaiah this time, however. So just trying to mitigate damage there.
Oh, no.
I know, I'm just, we don't.
And we do see the Pheasantipity EX hit the board, but once again, it will not have its ability available because of the knockout having been taken with poison damage between turns rather than from an attack.
Attach return.
As the knockout did not occur on his opponent's last turn, Pheasantipity does not have its ability.
Night stretch.
We see another Night Stretcher here. After a manual attachment from the hand to the Palkia V-Star. Just searching through the discard pile, get ourselves a good long look at that. Survey the options here. And it will be another basic water energy that will return to the hand. We do see an Iono played now, hoping to once again limit the cards available to Nathan.
I don't know if that's to survive.
3 for Isaiah, just the 1 for Nathan.
I'll get one.
Who will be hoping that that will not be too damaging. Remember, Ursaluna is still an option. Looks like we'll be retreating the Mew into that Palkia V-Star. Drawing just 1 card from Mew's restart ability. We do see another Palkia V-Star hit the board to evolve the other Palkia V. But it looks like that might be it. Will that 1 card reduction be enough? Nathan, not a whole lot of options here. Does still, of course, have the attacker in place. And just needs that 1 prize card to take the win. Does hit the Arvin. Gets to search for an item card and a tool. Is there another Binding Mochi in this list? Looks like there are only the 3, and I believe we have seen 2 gone to the discard on knockouts already. So just looking for that item and tool here on the Arvin. Looking for an energy lotto here, trying to find 1 more double turbo energy, as well as an ancient booster energy capsule. If we can find that energy, this Terapagos can retreat into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it should have enough with the buffed poison damage to knock out the Palkia V-Star. Let me double check my math there. Actually, no, because we have lost the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. It would be 10 short, but it would put an awful lot of pressure on Isaiah to get that Palkia V-Star out of the active before Pokemon checkup after Isaiah's turn would knock it out with poison damage. We see the Energy Lotto hit the board. It did look like there was a double turbo energy in there. And we do see that chosen. Those other cards will be shuffled back into the deck. Nathan eyeing up that attack with Blood Moon Ursaluna.
You all right? Cool.
We are starting to run out of time in the round, though, it seems. That being said, even with the additional 3 turns, that should be more than enough to finish this match. Nathan just contemplating the next move. Looks like we will go ahead and poison both of these Pokemon. And I think we are going to be attacking with the Terapagos.
Yeah, 130 in damage.
So 130 damage from Terapagos' attack after the reduction from double turbo, up to 140 after poison between turns. So Isaiah on a 1-turn clock here to do something about this. A tough spot currently. Playing the Hisuian Heavy Ball, having a look at those 3 remaining prize cards, not finding anything that's retrievable with it this time around. Does attach from hand. Switches into the Mew and retreats straight back to the Palkia V-Star. And just going to draw a few more cards with that Mew EX's ability Restart. Allows you to draw until you have 3 cards in the hand. And Isaiah just desperately looking for something that might slow down Nathan on the next turn. Because right now, that... And there it is, an INO. Put him back down to 1 card in the hand. Now the knockout on this Terapagos will be enough to put the Pheasantipiti's ability back online. So that 1 card may not do as much as he's hoping. And we do see the attack into the Terapagos. But this Ursaluna should have more than enough damage available to knock out the Origin Form Palkia V-Star in return. And it will be Nathan who takes the win in round 4 of the Guardtower Quarter 3 League Cup. Sit tight, folks. We will have round 5 of 5 Swiss rounds coming up next. And that is when we will determine who will be going to the top 4 cut to win this Pokemon League Cup. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. We have round 5 action for you here at the Guardtower Q3 League Cup. We have Connor returning to stream with the Dragapult Dusknoir list, facing against a very interesting list brought by Andrew Zhang. He will be playing Gouging Fire EX. There are 2 Munkidori in this list. There's a Delphox V. It's a very interesting list top to bottom, primarily focusing on Professor Sada's Vitality to make sure you can load up that 3 energy attack from Gouging Fire EX. For 2 fire energy and a colorless, it will do 260 damage and will need to return to the bench prior to attacking with that again. We do see a mulligan here for Connor, so an extra card drawn at the start of the game for Andrew. And this match could have implications for 2 different age divisions. We do have an odd number of players in a couple of divisions, meaning that a senior will be playing a master this round. And both players with the potential for this match to impact their placement in their respective age divisions. Connor needing a win to keep pace with Miles, who he played earlier and did fall to on stream in that second round matchup. Andrew needing a win to make the top 4 cut of the Masters division. So another attempt to set up here. Looks like we did get a basic for Connor. It does look like the Pheasantipity EX. Not what you want to start in any event, but certainly not against something that could potentially knock it out on the first turn. There are 4 Magma Basin in Andrew's list that could accelerate a fire energy to a Gouging Fire and potentially have it attacking on the first turn. Now we do see Andrew going first, it looks like. Couple of options to contemplate here. Looks like we have at least a couple of darkness energy in that hand. There are only 2 in the list. And we do see an earthen vessel discarding that darkness energy and grabbing a couple of fires. We'll need those to start attacking very, very quickly. We did start the Delphox V. That does have a mechanic by which it can attack both on the active and on the bench. A snipe for 120 damage to the bench as well as the active. Just going through the deck here for Andrew, making sure we know more or less what's in the prize cards. Checking our availability for later in the game. So we do see a Nest Ball, going to grab a basic Pokemon and put it straight to the bench. Looks like that is going to be a Radiant Greninja. Likely to see one of those fire energy we saw earlier hit the discard pile right away with Radiant Greninja's Concealed Cards ability to draw an extra couple cards for the hand. Alrighty. And as suspected, using that straight away, a couple more cards to the hand now. Looks like a Trekking Shoes. We'll discard that Pal Pad and take a Jet Energy off of the shoes. Did we get another way to put a basic Pokemon on the board? It's not looking great on that front. We will see the Jet Energy for the Greninja, however. We see a Magma Basin to throw that energy onto the Delphox V. Got to make sure we put that damage counter, a couple of damage counters onto Delphox V for the Magma Basin. Otherwise, that would be a little too overpowered, don't we think? And moving right along. Looks like that'll be it. It'll be Connor's turn. Draws and immediately plays a Nest Ball. Gets that first deck search out of the way right away. Going to take a moment to check what prize cards may or may not be available. And we should be grabbing a Dreepy here with that Nest Ball. And we do indeed. Double checking what that Magma Basin does. Might not have played against that recently. And we'll see an Ultra Ball. That'll discard, I think that is a Dusknoir. And contemplating perhaps the rare candy here. But instead, it looks like opting for the Dragapult EX. Now the list does run 3 of those, not the 2 that Miles preferred earlier, so still a couple of those potentially available. And that Ultra Ball will grab another Dreepy.
Snorlax.
Lost boxes.
I know.
Now Connor may need to be wary that that pair of Dreepy might not be as safe as he thinks it is on the bench.
I only played, I did play 2 other decks. I played Zard and I played Snorlax.
So we do have the Stadium Bump. It'll be a Temple of Sinnoh, removing effects from the... Ooh, what's that extra card there from... Okay, that is just a whole hand. Fair enough. We do have the Stadium Bump that will shut off Jet energies, and then the Iono, which will give both players a new hand of 6 cards. We see a Buddy Buddy Poffin. That'll make Connor's life much, much easier, and not having to worry about losing both of those Dreepies on the first turn. Having to double check what Delphox V does as well. Just got to be sure what we're dealing with here, folks.
First one not killing Badoo is kind of sad.
And 2 Duskull coming down for the Buddy Buddy Poffin, it looks like. So still not afraid of this Delphox at the moment. That'll just be a pass from Connor. And we will see Andrew begin the turn. Couple of different options here. Looks like we'll start with an Ultra Ball. Perhaps going for that first gouging fire of the game.
You won that regional. Did you play Wolfie Blue?
Yeah.
Did you beat him?
Yeah.
Has a
What? Then
quick
you're
look
insane.
back at the hand, make sure we know what we're going to do next.
I played Wolf 2 times. I beat him both times.
Is something
but
prized that we needed not to be, I
first
wonder.
time he had 3 hours of sleep. So,
What? Why would you have 3 hours of sleep?
I don't know. But
Just having a
the
look at a
second
few
time,
different
I got
things.
lucky.
Andrew, not really sure what to go with here,
Hopefully at some
but
point
does
I go
eventually
to
grab what looks like the Gouging Fire EX to get started on that train.
in like an even match.
And it is indeed the Gouging Fire that hits the bench.
Yeah.
Its first attack will do 60 damage, no drawbacks there. Its second attack, as mentioned earlier, is 260, but you cannot attack on the next turn with that. And we do see the concealed cards draw a couple more. Still looking for a Magma Basin, it looks like, to replace the Temple of Sinnoh here. That might be one in the hand, however. Double checking discard pile. It does look like a Magma Basin. We also see a Monkey Dory and a couple of Energy Switch. There is the Magma Basin. It is indeed what we thought it was. So that Energy Acceleration will be available. Throw a couple more damage counters onto the Delphox V. Looks like we are going snipe mode here. But do we have it available? There were the Energy Switches. But maybe not quite there this turn. Does look like there's a boss, but I don't think we have a way of getting that Delphox fully powered up. And it does look like we've passed. Connor drawing for turn, hitting the Badoo to the board immediately, and following it up with an Arven. Grab an item card and a tool. Looks like that'll be an Earthen Vessel and a Rescue Board. So the Arven will hit the discard pile. We are playing that Earthen Vessel. Grab a couple of energies. It'll be the first energy attachment Connor will get this game. Grabbing one each of a Fire and a Psychic. Hoping to get a little further into the board state building this turn is Connor. That Fire does go on to one of the Dreepy. The Rescue Board onto the Pheasantipity, retreating that into the Badoo, and Itchy Pollen into Radiant Greninja will block item cards for this next turn. from Andrew. So as if his hand wasn't complicated enough before, now half of it can't be played for Andrew. Yet another challenge to try and overcome here.
I'll retreat.
Looks like we'll retreat out of the Greninja.
It's burned and confused.
Yes,
And Connor needing to double check what that attack does. It will confuse and possibly burn. Nope, just looks like a 10 damage and confusion. Truth be told, I need to remind myself what that card does. That'll be Eerie Glow. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now burned and confused, so that should be 2 damage counters. Looks like it is. It was a little hard to tell there for a moment. So it will still be able to retreat, but if it wants to use Itchy Pollen again, it is going to have to flip. We do see the rare candy into the Dragapult EX. Looks like Itchy Pollen's days may be done, at least for now. We are going to attach that Psychic Energy we saw earlier to the Dragapult and a retreat for free into it. And the Phantom Dive will knock out the Delphox due to that damage placed there by the Magma Basin and put some damage onto the Gouging Fire as well. And 2 prizes for Connor. We go into Andrew's turn once more. We have promoted the Greninja, the Radiant Greninja, and benched the Monkey Dory. We'll see if that's helpful to him. We have the concealed cards. We do have items available again this turn for Andrew. No Itchy Pollen to deal with this time.
Earthen Vessel, Energy Switch.
And as such, we do see the Earthen Vessel grabbing at least 1 Fire Energy, possibly 2. Though we may be looking for the other Darkness Energy. Does indeed find that. Only 2 in the list.
Earthen Vessel,
And we know the other one is already in the discard pile from earlier in the turn, or in the game, rather. Another Earthen Vessel here, grabbing Fire Energies. Or is that the first one? Nope, that was in fact another one. So we do see the Dark Energy hit the board onto the Monkey Dory. We're going to move the damage counters off of Gouging Fire and onto the Badoo to knock it out.
Magma Basin.
So 1 prize there for Andrew. We'll get an energy attachment as well from the Magma Basin. Has already attached from hand this turn. But it looks like we might not be able to fully set up that Gouging Fire this turn. Does look like there has been a pass. We are on Connor's turn now. And Connor leading right off with the Flip the Script, as Badoo was knocked out during Andrew's turn. So 3 more cards with which to plan his next move on this turn. Looks like we will see a Luminous Sign from Lumineon V here. Go and grab a supporter out of the deck for Connor. As Andrew counting up the energy cards in the discard pile. 2 Jets burned already. There should be 2 left available, either in the deck, prize cards, or in the hand potentially. And the supporter off of Lumineon V here is going to be Lance. Connor wanting to go grab some Dragon-type Pokemon, it looks like. Oh, nope, changes his mind. Hadn't finished the search yet. Changes the mind to Arven. And then following up with, looks like an Ultra Ball to come here. Is indeed tossing the Counter Catcher and a Dracloak. Possibly looking here for a Dusclops or Dusknoir to put additional pressure onto Andrew. Nope. Does go for another Dragapult EX. Well, maybe. Thinking better of it, perhaps. Nope. It is indeed the Dusclops. Connor thinking maybe, just maybe, I want a Dracloak at some point in this game. So we haven't seen one yet. Remember that Dragapult on the bench was rare candied into, skipping the Dracloak entirely. And the supporter for the turn will end up being the Turo's Scenario, picking up that Dreepy that is active and using Dusclops' ability, putting 5 damage counters onto the benched Monkey Dory. And filling out that bench with a couple more Dreepy here. We see the Forest Sealstone hitting the board onto Luminion V. Not using it yet, though, as we're going to take a double knockout here with Phantom Dive onto Greninja and Monkey Dory. So just 2 prizes left to take for Connor here in this matchup against Andrew Zheng, who doesn't appear to have a whole lot going for him at the moment. Plays the Trekking Shoes, plays another Trekking Shoes, contemplating whether to keep this card or not. Is going to hold on to it. That looks like a Roxanne in the hand there. Another Gouging Fire EX hits the board. And the way things seem to be shaping up, that may be the only hope, is just to keep hitting with Gouging Fire. The trouble, however, is that Dragapult is still completely untouched. There is no damage on it. Andrew unable to set up an attack so far this game that has left that much of an impact on the Dragapult. Does hit the energy switch here, though. And there is the Roxanne. Trying to punish Connor for not setting up these Dracloak and giving himself some search, or draw power rather. Did also get rid of the Forest Sealstone with a Lost Vacuum earlier, so that will no longer be an option for Connor. And there is just the one Forest Sealstone on the list. We see those 6 cards coming in for Andrew. Grabs a Nest Ball, got the Pheasantipity off the 6 as well. Grabbing yet another Gouging Fire. But in a tricky spot here, as if that Gouging Fire stays active, Dragapult will one-shot it. It does only have the 230 HP. Flipping the script here, hoping to find a way to reduce the damage that's already on there. Does hit the Nest Ball. Is there a Monkey Dory available? There is just... No, there are 2 on the list. And it does look like there is one in the deck. The trouble here, though, is can he attach an energy? Opts instead for an Entei V to the bench. First time we've seen that this game. There are 2 in the list. And does hit the Bravery Charm, so safe for now. But all it will take for Connor is a way to use an ability of Dusclops or Dusknoir, and that will be all she wrote. Using that Recon Directive first time in the game, grabbing a Fire Energy off of it, goes straight onto the Dracloak that used it. Looks like maybe contemplating a retreat here. And Connor just thinking about some stuff here. Oh, is in fact attacking already. So unable to find a way to knock out a Dusclops or Dusknoir and take some extra damage there. So it will be Phantom Dive. into the active gouging fire. Only 30 HP left. This needs to be a big turn for Andrew.
Yeah. Draw.
Now, fortunately for Andrew, it does not appear Connor plays a... No, there is a Lost Vacuum in the list. If we have not seen that already, then this could be all she wrote. Any damage, any meaningful damage to that gouging fire, or a removal of the tool will be the end of this game. And Andrew just desperately trying to find a way to prevent that from happening. The supporter for the turn is going to be Professor Sada's Vitality. Or not. Are there not any basic energies in the discard pile? Or perhaps just thought better of it? Now there should be at least one dark energy in there.
This is definitely...
Two, in fact. Just doesn't do him any favors. No fire energies in the bin. Every fire we've seen is either currently in the hand, in the lost zone, or attached to that active gouging fire.
Oh,
How on earth am I going to get rid of this gouging fire, Andrew's wondering. How do I survive another turn? Because I cannot take 4 prizes this turn. It simply is not there.
but 2 darks.
Bear in mind also that this gouging fire cannot attack this turn either. We will see the Sada's Vitality. Are there perhaps a couple of energy switches and a way to get it out of the active? There is a jet energy,
Then I will.
but I'm not sure that does much for Andrew either.
Trekking shoes.
We do see another trekking shoes. Something potentially useful here, contemplating what to do.
Discard it.
And it is a bravery charm. It does look like everything on the board, or just about everything on the board currently, is within one-shot range of the Dragapult.
I know that's what you mean.
We did nest ball for a Fluttermane. There's the attachment from hand. And here we have a retreating gouging fire, and we will be attacking into the Dragapult, taking the knockout. Can Connor find the Lost Vacuum or any other way to attack into that gouging fire on the bench?
I don't.
Or a Dusclops or Dusknor? And there is the Dragapult EX. That is all we need. And Connor will take this matchup to improve to 4-1 and a shot at winning this event. So that is our coverage for the Swiss portion of this event. The next matchup we will have in just a few minutes will be for the top 4. Stay tuned.
If you had a way to just kill
6. Okay. Let us know when we're good, yeah?
You're good.
Okay. Cool. Good luck.
Good luck.
Alrighty. I'll draw for the turn. Okay. Teal Mask. Go ahead and Teal Dance there. Cool. Nest Ball. And let's see, we got 1. We got 2. Uh-oh. 3. Boy, a couple of my attackers are in the prizes. Alright, that's fine, I guess. Okay. We do have that though. All right, cool. Grab Drago. I'll be going back in.
Okay.
Yeah. Earthen Vessel. These two.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And the next action does require a shuffle, so there is that. I'm a fool. That's fine. Attach for turn. Teal Dance here.
Mm-hmm.
Jamming Tower. And I'm going to restart for 1.
Yep.
Okay. That was really dumb. Why did I do that? No. Ultra Ball. Away that. That was, see,
It's okay.
memory of a goldfish, I swear.
We're both learning how to play our deck.
I know I should know how to play this. I've played this a lot. Yeah, there were a couple of ways I could have done that differently, I suppose, but it is what it is.
Okay. I am a sequencing nightmare of a player, so.
Cut if you'd like. I also haven't played in like 3 weeks, so. Squawk and Seize. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Bunch of Cleffa, Earthen Vessel. For 2 grass. Oh, yeah.
Whoopsies.
Oops. Cut if you'd like. Und. Retreat.
Mm-hmm.
Pass.
Draw for turn. His hand's a little poopy. Let's fan call.
Cool. Nice ability markers.
I know. Where'd you get yours?
Oh, you know, some goofy place up north. Nothing too crazy. Hoot hoot. So hoot 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 hoot.
Hoot, 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 hoot.
Und. Let's get a Regirock. Un. Cool.
Going back in.
Yeah.
Goes there. Goes here.
I think I've got a fire energy prized.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah. Not my favorite.
Ultra Ball, we're gonna discard. Giant energy.
Okay.
I'm gonna hope and pray that I can, draw another one of those.
Mm-hmm. That hand must be pretty important.
It's really not that great of a hand, but I don't particularly want to throw stuff away in it quite yet.
Yeah. Like, sure, I'm sure it's not, like, good right now.
And I mean, I'm gonna
but-
throw it away anyway. Which, now thinking about it, this is a really bad idea. Whatever, we've made our choices.
You can take it back if you want.
I will discard. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But-
Play the stadium. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Actually, get rid of this. That's not going to use another ability. So.
Let's go.
Cool.
Boss, top bad, knocked out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not ideal. Might have gone for a third hoot, to be honest. Instead of the knocked owl.
I only run 2.
Oh, well, then I wouldn't have gone for the third hoot.
Probably should have grabbed a Doduo. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. We'll go ahead and get this Fez out.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
That guy back. I think that is all that I can really do this turn. Pass.
Is it Christmas time?
It feels that way.
Yeah. Alrighty. Draw for the turn. Jeez. Alright. Teal Dance 1. I may as well just go ahead and do that now. Teal Dance 2. Bro. Teal Dance 3. That's fine, I guess. Attach for the turn. Earthen Vessel. Dang it. I'll fail the Earthen Vessel.
How many fire energy do you run? Is it
2.
just those 2?
Yeah.
That was always Austin's problem with this deck. It's just the resource management is
Mm.
rough.
It can be, yeah. Cut if you'd like. Fez to the bench. Restart for 3.
Nice.
2 and 3. Nest Ball. Get another Drago. Apparently I don't get supporters today. Cut if you'd like. Just grab that so we have it. Really didn't want to do this early. Legacy Star. Poop. Cards in hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
that. Yeah. Grab these two. Retreat. No, that is what I need. Okay. Jesus. Retreat. Temple of Sinnoh. And this one. You moron. Just threw away an energy.
You can take it back if you want.
Now I need to learn my lesson. Yeah. What do we do next? Let's do Apex Dragon, Swinging Sphene, so I'll flip a coin. If heads, this is knocked out. If tails, one of your benched basics is knocked out.
Okay. Do you pick or?
I pick. It is tails. Cards in hand, you said
5?
5?
5.
Knock out the Fez.
Draw for turn.
Mm-hmm.
Jewel Seeker.
Yeah. Yeah, I should have known that was going to happen. I just needed to get the other targets off the board.
That is definitely fair.
Un.
There's no way. Okay. Good. Let me go back in.
Nice.
Jewel Seeker again.
Yeah. Jeez. Okay.
Not entirely sure what to get right now. This one.
Are you going back in?
Hmm?
Are you going back in?
Maybe.
Okay. Well, just
Probably,
in case.
yes, but let's bump that.
Yep.
Oh, I knew what I should have grabbed. I'm a dum-dum. We're gonna Brilliant Blender.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very much a dum-dum. I want to thin. Because I don't want to want too thin. I'm going to go back in.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you, little friend? There you are.
Dodo.
Um,
Name him Toto the Dodo.
I don't know, it feels like you doing that.
There's a Hisuian Gudra V-Star here. There's a Kurim here. There's a Fire Energy here. And I think also possibly an energy switch. So, fun prizes.
Yeah. We're gonna Ultra Ball Fan Room.
Yeah.
Pass.
Okay. Draw for the turn. Well, just in case, let's switch. Super Rod. Those three. Yep, that was a little silly. A little bit silly on my part. Cut if you'd like. Research. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Energy switch here. Okay, well, there's not a way to do that, is there? Well, actually, hang on. Teal Dance. Okay. That's a thing. Retreat. And I will Apex Dragon Swinging Sphene again. It is heads, knocks out the active.
Off the turn. We are going to Healing Draw. That should be the 10. feel so bad. Pass.
You could just use your V-Star power, you know.
Oh my god, I forgot that those exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. I don't have a...
Sure.
These haven't been in, well, they've been in the game, but it doesn't feel like anyone uses V's anymore.
I sure do.
Okay. Why did I not get a single energy? That blows. Okay. We are going to Netherworld Gate.
Yep.
Both of these guys. Damage pump.
Yep.
Is it from one of your Pokemon to your others? So we'll drop him down to 10. 10. 10. One more bench space.
Mm-hmm.
Drop that guy down.
Okay.
We will Ultra Ball away and Ultra Ball and a Nest Ball.
So why do you do that? Why do you search for things you can't play this turn?
I don't know, because I'm bad at the game.
I was wondering if there was like a method to it.
No,
Like, I guess it thins a little bit just in case you do get randomized, but
it certainly doesn't really help me much, if at all. And in fact, it was actually a bad idea to do because I didn't even think about what I was about to do next. Again, because I'm bad at the game.
well. But hey, at least you get to draw cards. Surely one of them's an energy, right?
God, please.
There we go. It's what, 50 times? Yeah.
Damage pump.
Yep. I'm cooked, chat.
Boop. Okay. Ticking curse for a lot.
Enough. Yep.
It's 2 prizes.
Yep.
Hi, Laura.
Howdy.
You guys almost done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need to?
When you're done, we've got players back.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
I will lose quickly.
I don't know about that. Draw off the turn. Energy switch. Here. That doesn't need to be that way anymore. Drago. I'll just bench another one of these goobers, I guess. Ultra Ball. I will fail the Ultra Ball. Probably shouldn't have done that, but oh well. Too late now. Un. Restart for Un. That doesn't really help at all. I flip it a script for 3. I can work with that. superior. I think that's all the energy in there. Yep. Those. Dang it. Touch for the turn. Teal Dance. Un. You have 5 cards in hand. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Actually, is there a way I do this that helps with that? None of those are getting knocked out. That doesn't work. Okay. Actually, no. Yeah, no. Boss's orders give me the empty Zorro. Retreat. And Apex Dragon. Swinging Sphene. Active knockout. Bro.
Yeah, I think are we allowed to do that?
Okay.
Multiple?
Draw for turn.
Oh, we can't use our nets. That one stream. Oh yeah, you're right.
Doing that.
So no.
I mean, we'll ticking curse for knockout.
Sure.
I don't think anything I would do would actually help me with anything.
Draw for the turn.
Come on, hit me with that ogre pawn.
Teal Dance. Prime Catcher. Just about anything. Let's do the fancy Gengar.
Fancy Gengar.
That hasn't been used yet. Ultra Ball these doesn't
Yep.
matter. 'Cause I just got them off the prize. And Myriad Leaf Shower for cooked.
Yes.
Why you get nervous?
These were my last 3 prizes.
I was hoping you wouldn't pull that fire energy out of your first
I didn't
couple
at
of
all.
knockouts. Yeah, that's the only reason I lasted this long.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is time for top 4 of the Guardtower Quarter 3 League Cup. We have Nathan versus Troy for this matchup. It'll be a return to the camera for Nathan. We saw him play earlier with the Terrapagos Cloth variant, as well as Troy coming back to stream with the Ceruledge and Palkia V-Star list. Looks like they are getting just about set up and almost ready to get started. In the background, we see our other top 4 match. Both of those will have a table judge for this round, so that will be nice and helpful for the players. So we are hearing that in the other matchup, Ming does have a Game 1 loss against, that is Yoshi, yes? So Yoshi has won Game 1. We will be streaming the other game between Troy and Nathan, as mentioned earlier. So, they are good to get ready. Whenever they are ready, we will get started with our match. Just going through the list, we have already spoken about Nathan's list at length, but we can go through a couple more Interesting points, as we mentioned earlier, it does run 2 Badoo for that early game disruption while it sets up its nonsense on the bench. There are the 4 Area 0 underdepths. The couple of Hisuian Heavy Ball are available as well. 3 Boss's Orders, so lots of gusting available. The Precious Trolley we saw earlier in the game just lets you set up the entire bench whenever you're ready for it. Excuse me, whenever you're ready for it. We do have a one of Black Belt's training, that plus 40 damage to EXs that we saw used effectively by Chloe with the Sea King deck earlier today. That extra 40 damage can mean a lot, particularly in a matchup against Saraledge, which has just a little more than that 240 damage cap that Terapagos frequently has. It is 4 double turbo energy in Nathan's list, and there is 1 jet energy available as well, just in case you need to get out of a tight spot with a Brute Bonnet stuck in the active or something to that effect. Moving on now to Troy's list, we do have a 3/3 Saraledge line. There's the 1 Fan Rotom in there for attacking when you just need a simple little 70 damage, as long as there's a Stadium in play. No other colorless Pokemon that it can grab with its ability, so that's not a whole lot of help unless you just really need to search your deck on the first turn. Just the 1 Buddy Poffin in this list. It does go through its deck very, very fast. As we saw Saraledge against Sea King earlier today, it is very quick to get energies in the discard pile. The trouble, though, there is you may run into some resource management issues later in the game as you are discarding a lot of cards. 2 Night Stretchers, 2 Professor's Research, 4 Carmine. Want to make sure you get that Carmine on the first turn. If you're going first, you still get to play it. Discard those energies, get them into the discard pile as quickly as possible. 2 Jamming Tower, that could play a major role in this matchup. There are an awful lot of tools in Nathan's list. As we saw earlier, there is that Oranguru V to go and grab them. That will shut off, that Jamming Tower will shut off the Forest Seal Stone. It'll shut off the Binding Mochi, and it will shut off just about anything else. The interesting point to note there, though, is that it will shut off the effect of Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. However, the ability on Brute Bonnet does not state that it has to have an effect. As long as that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is attached to the Brute Bonnet, it can use its ability and poison both active Pokemon. So nothing to worry about there, at least, for Nathan, with that tool shut off effect. Now, Troy's list, much like the Saraledge list we saw earlier, does run that one of Briar, which may foil any plans Nathan has of forcing a 4 knockout game rather than a 3 knockout game by promoting Cloth as a 1 prizer to take a knockout at the right moment. As we are ready to start with that Cloth, and it looks like Troy will be going first. Nope. Yes, sorry, Troy will be going first. There is that Cloth active. I'm wrong. That is Nathan. That is Nathan's Cloth. Troy is not running Cloth today. So, just the Cloth to start with. We do hit the Hisuian Heavy Ball, the first of 2. That'll go into the prize cards and retrieve that Oranguru V. So if we can get that active, we can go and grab some Pokemon Tool cards and get off and rolling. So those prize cards shuffled up and replaced back to the side of the board. Now, does Nathan have a way to get that Oranguru V from the bench, if it does eventually get benched this turn, to the active spot? So it's hard to see his hand from here. It does go to the bench, the Oranguru V. Is that the Forest Seal Stone in his hand already? Ah, there is the Jet Energy we spoke of a minute ago. Gets that Oranguru from the bench to the active, and its ability to search for 2 Pokemon Tool cards is now online. We do see that used immediately. Decent chance we see the Forest Seal Stone here. There are Ancient Booster Energy Capsules. There are Binding Mochis. There are a number of options to go after with this tool search. But right now, what Nathan would really like is a way to get the Area 0 Underdepths online so that that Precious Trolley, if he can get his hands on it this turn, will be as effective as possible. So we do see the Forest Sealstone as well as the Binding Mochi off of this 2-tool search. So that will give Nathan a few more options with which to start this game off. He could go for the Precious Trolley and not completely fill an 8-card bench at this point, since he doesn't have the Area 0 Underdepths online yet. But it would be a start at least. Let's see. Does look like there's already an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule in the hand as well. And it looks like he's just going to pass. No V-Star ability this turn. And we will see what Troy has to answer with. It is an Ultra Ball right off the bat, discarding 2 fire energies, off and running, building up Sarah Ledge's damage right away. So it looks like we'll be checking those Pokemon, see what we've got available for this game. There is that Budew in the deck, as well as the Radiant Greninja. There's the Rotom, another Charcadet, and we do have access to potentially both the V and V-Star Palkia in the deck. So just double checking what is and is not in the prize cards currently for Troy in that first search. He does have the Brilliant Blender in the deck as well. He'll need to dig a little to get that. Obviously, you can't get that off of the Ultra Ball. Looks like the Ultra Ball may be going for the Radiant Greninja. Give the option to discard a little more energy as well as draw a couple more cards and start working on setting up a board state. Now, in this particular matchup, it's unlikely that Radiant Greninja itself will make for a good attacker. There are not a whole lot of targets in Nathan's deck that have 90 or less HP. In fact, I believe the only one is the Pecharunt. Pardon me, there was also the 2 Budew we mentioned earlier. Those do only have 30 HP.
Also over there.
But, again, unlikely that they would be available all at once on the board. Now, that being said, there is a Cloth on the board. If it does attack, it's poisoned, it'll take damage between turns, and it could get within range of a knockout of that Greninja's attack as well. So we do see the Radiant Greninja jet energying into the active position, as it's been joined on the bench prior to that by the Squawkabilly EX. And we see a Professor's Research discarding the rest of that hand, and 7 fresh cards for Troy. You'll have the option to toss a large number of energy cards from that hand into the bin with Squawkin' Seas as well, but not going to do that just yet, going straight for the Greninja's ability. Does hit the Brilliant Blender, and it looks like at least 1 Jamming Tower. He may want that on the board as soon as possible to prevent Nathan from benefiting from the Forest Sealstone. But we are going to Brilliant Blender right off the bat here. Likely to get 4 to 5 energy cards into the discard pile here. Or, is that a Pheasantipity? Are we considering tossing the bird right away? It certainly looks that way. Now that Pheasantipity is, I believe, the full art variant, or rather the alt art variant. Looks like deciding instead, though, for the standard 5 energies. 3 waters and 2 fires into the discard pile. So we are up to at least 7 at this point. We do see a Nest Ball also for the Budew. And as that Radiant Greninja does have a retreat cost of 1, the Jet Energy will be enough to retreat it back into the Budew to set up an item lock as well. Now the item lock plus the Jamming Tower, if he does manage to get into play, Troy is going to cause some serious problems for Nathan. Would limit the large number of tools he's got in the deck, at least removing them from being effective once they're played, and then would prevent items from being played entirely if attacking with Budew. We do see that Jamming Tower played. We do also see, looks like the Squawkin' Seas, yes. And 6 fresh cards and a bunch of energy into the discard pile for Troy. Again, we do see a Charcadet finally hitting the board. We are starting to set up that board state. Lots of early game pressure, but now starting to set up the later game as well. 2 Charcadets to the board after a couple of Nest Balls. or rather one from the hand and the other from the nest ball, pardon me. And we'll see if there is really much more for Troy to do this turn other than to retreat back into the Badoo and lock down those items with Itchy Pollen.
Okay.
We do in fact see it. There are 4 cards remaining in Troy's hand, as he's been so kind to put a die out to let us know.
I'm not going to use this.
And there is the Forest Sealstone attached to the Orangaroo. Remember, it cannot be used. There is no ability currently available to that Forest Sealstones, where from the Forest Sealstone, it still does have the tool search ability if it wants, but it cannot use Star Alchemy at present, as long as that jamming tower is in play. And we do have a Judge. Both players will shuffle their hands into their decks and draw 4 cards. Judge seeing play pretty much constantly every time it's been in format. It may not always be the first choice, but it is a very strong supporter nonetheless. Useful for disruption, hand refresh. Really a very versatile card. It also offers the option to shuffle cards into the deck generally, rather than shuffling them and putting them on the bottom of the deck as Iono does. You may want to draw into some of those cards again. Iono does not give you that option. So 4 cards for each player here. Let's see, looks like there is at least one supporter Nathan's drawn into there, but it doesn't look like much else. We are going to see the tool search to continue the turn. We do see the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule grabbed, as well as a Binding Mochi. Obviously no more Forest Sealstone in the deck to go and grab at this point. There is just the one in the list. And it looks like there are already 12 energies in Troy's discard pile. That'll be 270 right off the bat from a Saraledge starting next turn. And that's if it doesn't discard any more energies. So the 240 from 2 for each, 20 for each energy in the discard pile, plus the 30 base damage. And we do see the pass. That jamming tower putting in some serious work. The Judge may have hurt Nathan more than it helped him. And we do see another energy hitting the discard pile right away from Radiant Greninja's concealed cards. That item lock really, really hurt Nathan that turn. Unable to play most of the cards he had available. But we are also going to just see the Itchy Pollen, it looks like. Not able to get another attacker on the board, not able to set up a Saraledge, I should say, was Troy. And we do now see the Brute Bonnet hitting the board for Nathan. Still under item lock, though. And that damage is going to begin to pile up on Orangaroo. Not that it would survive a hit from Saraledge EX anyway, but damage counters are always helpful. Contemplating his next move, Nathan here. He's not quite sure what to do. He can't play items. The tools don't help. What to do, what to do. We can poison that Badoo. That'll take 2 turns to actually knock it out. Is that a Luminion V, though? It is. We will see Luminous Sign. He can at least search for a supporter card. A few different options at his disposal here. Does go for the Colress's Tenacity, which will let him grab a Stadium to bump the jamming tower, which has been causing him so many headaches, and a Special Energy, which will be the Double Turbo. Is there a Stadium in the deck, however? I should hope. The list runs 4 Area 0 underdepths. And there it is. We do have it available at least. Still contemplating what to do, perhaps. Nope, there is the shuffle. So we are off and rolling again. That search is considered complete once the shuffle begins. So we do see the Area 0 underdepths hit the board, bouncing that jamming tower. Tools are now available, and he goes for the Star Alchemy straight away. Give me that back, and I will use it right now, he says. Nathan using Star Alchemy. V-Star power used for the game. And searching the deck for any one card. Does not have to reveal it because it is clearly a card. Still not entirely sure what to grab, though. We talked about this a little bit earlier. With so many options, sometimes it's difficult to make that decision. Contemplating the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. That poison would knock it out going into Troy's turn if the Sneasler hit the board. Does have to be careful, however, because if there is one more Pokemon on the bench that isn't a Terra Pokemon, that Area 0 underdepths will be useless to him, except as a removal of the jamming tower. Now, there are 2 jamming tower in Troy's list, so he may be able to find another one and cause some more problems, but the disruption of blocking the Forest Sealstone has passed. That will no longer be helpful to Nathan, but it's done its damage at this point. And we are going to poison both active Pokemon. Badoo will be knocked out by the poison between turns. The Oranguru V will be up to 30 damage, but Nathan will be taking a prize, and it will not activate the ability of Pheasantipity EX, as the knockout took place between turns during Pokemon Checkup. Pheasantipity, of course, requiring the knockout to have taken place during your opponent's last turn. We see a Radiant Greninja discarding with concealed cards another Jet Energy. Starting to run a little low on those is Troy at this point. Hoping that those won't be mission critical later in the game. But it's been a lot of cards played in this game, or at least a lot of cards that have gone to the discard pile. That deck's getting probably a bit thin at this point. But no prizes taken yet for Troy. And just the one for Nathan. A longer game, in this case, probably benefits Nathan a bit. Still a few cards left in the deck. We're not panicking just yet, as we do see the Earthen Vessel discarding that one of Rotom to go grab 2 Fire Energies. But has Troy hit the Ceruledge? At this point, he needs to be attacking. Got to start taking prize cards, or running out of resources might come back to bite him. There is a boss's orders in the hand. He's going to go after the Brute Bonnet. Does bench another Charcadet, but hoping at this point just to stall out a little bit of time, because he does not have an attacker yet. Still no damage coming onto the board from Troy's side. Hoping to buy himself a little bit of time by sticking that 3 retreat cost Brute Bonnet active. You can't put another tool on it once it's got the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, so even if you did run a retreat cost reducing tool, which Nathan doesn't, of course, then it would not be available to this Brute Bonnet. And the one of Jet Energy is already on the board. It has already been used. We do not get the benefit of that either. And it looks like that might be the only switching option in the deck here for Nathan. There is a penny, which could pick it up, as we do finally see that Terra Pokemon, the Terapagos, hitting the board, giving those extra 3 bench slots to Nathan. But right now, bench slots are not his problem. He needs to get that Brute Bonnet out of the active. We have a problem on both sides of the board. One of them can't seem to get attackers going. The other can't seem to get this Brute Bonnet out of the active position. And you can't really attack with that either. There are no Darkness Energy in this deck. Although we do see a switching cart, which caught us out earlier. How many of those are there in this list? There are 2. There are 2 available. You've just got to get to them is the problem now for Nathan. Can he do that quickly enough? Now, to be fair, he'd still be able to attack things without the Brute Bonnet buffing his damage and poisoning the opponent. But it's not going to be as effective. That Ceruledge has 270 HP. Oh, we do see the Latias EX hit the board, though. That will give that Brute Bonnet free retreat. It will give free retreat to any basic Pokemon in Nathan's deck, and spoiler alert, they're all basic Pokemon. So crisis averted here for Nathan. And we are back to panic mode for Troy, as Nathan is going to be able to continue to just play out this game. Troy can't seem to get an attacker online. And what makes matters worse here is that he's going to take another prize here, knocking out this Charcadet, going down to 4, which means 2 2-prize knockouts are all Nathan needs to win this game after this turn.
I'm gonna poison on that attack. Got it, yeah, poison.
We do see the ability of Brute Bonnet, poisoning both active Pokemon,
You have Fez available, so you
and that will buff the damage from Clough's attack, more than enough to take out the Charcadet. Troy contemplating what will take its place here. Needs to hit hard, and needs to do it fast. Did we draw the Ceruledge? It looks like it. We finally have an attacker available, but can he hit into the right target? This Cloth, as we talked about earlier, is just worth the 1 prize. So we do evolve the active. We do have the energy to attach as well. And the unfortunate part of attacking and knocking out that Charcadet is that the damage from the attack is what knocked it out this time. It wasn't poison. So Pheasantipiti's ability, the flip the script, is available to Troy here. Contemplating attaching energy, or rather whether or not to discard it. So he does discard it with Radiant Greninja's concealed cards, draws a couple more cards, still has a fire energy in hand, so we're not worried about that. Going to attach that fire energy to the Ceruledge. There are 15 energies in Troy's discard pile right now. He is hitting for 330 damage, and that is more than enough to knock out anything that that Nathan can put into play. We do see that flip the script, drawing those next 3 cards. Troy trying to fight his way back into this game 1. We see the Night Stretcher trying to grab, it looks like a Pokemon this time. Does get the Palkia V-Star with that Night Stretcher. Thrown away earlier with a discarding effect. And placed immediately onto the board to evolve the Palkia V. And this is what we wanted to be seeing. This is the boss's orders. We'll choose Troy's target, something worth 2 prizes, and anything he hits he's going to knock out with this Ceruledge. And we are going to take that 2-prize knockout with Ceruledge onto the Terapagos EX. So drawing level on prize cards is Troy here. We are at 4 apiece. And that is the only Terra Pokemon on the board, so Nathan does have to discard down his bench before choosing what Pokemon to promote. Now, to be fair, that also lets him get rid of his Lumineon V, a very easy target most of the time anyway, so he shouldn't be too worried about that. Nathan contemplating what the next move is going to be. If he wants more bench spaces, he has to get another Terapagos onto the bench. He does have a Nest Ball. That'll make it happen, and there we go. Right away, that problem is solved. 3 more bench slots available now again. And next we do see an Ultra Ball. Or not. I suppose we don't see an Ultra Ball. So we will be searching the deck with Oranguru V's ability, going and grabbing those 2 Pokemon tool cards, or up to 2, I should say. Looks like that'll be a Binding Mochi and another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Now we see that Ultra Ball, possibly discarding one of those, and indeed we do, well, maybe, see that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule hit the discard pile. Nope, it's the Binding Mochi instead, and maybe the boss's orders, it looks like? Going and grabbing the Pheasantipiti. And no poison shenanigans on Troy's side of the board. It is all straight damage. So that was during the turn. It will enable Pheasantipodes flip the script ability. Using that flip the script ability right away after a brief moment of contemplation. Couple more cards for him to work with here. And we see that Ursa Luna hit the board. We saw it used to devastating effect earlier in this tournament. And already only 3 on that energy cost for the attack. But we will retreat this Orangaroo for free thanks to Latias EX into the Cloth EX. Pardon me, just the regular Cloth. No Cloth EX in this list, or any list in this tournament. And the Brute Bonnet goes to work, poisoning both active Pokemon. And Cloth will be hitting for a total of 210 damage before the poison, thanks to the Binding Mochi it's got attached. So the 210 damage plus the poison goes to 240. That Ceruledge has just 30 HP remaining, meaning that if Troy doesn't get it out of the active, it will be knocked out, leaving his turn, giving Nathan a free attack on the next target and potentially just taking the last 2 prizes he needs to win this game. Just a minute. Was there damage already on that Ceruledge? There must have been. We've missed it. My apologies. So that knockout does happen right away. Radiant Greninja returns to the active, and here we have that scenario we talked about earlier. There is enough damage on this Cloth that he can just attack with the Radiant Greninja, knock out the Cloth, and soften something else up, and offer only 1 prize with the knockout of that Greninja on Nathan's following turn. So we see the Super Rod going down. We'll get at least 1 Ceruledge. You have to wonder if maybe a couple of them are prized. There are only 3 in the deck. So that Super Rod putting the Ceruledge back into the deck, and an Earthen Vessel being played to have a look in the deck for any energy that might still be there. Failing the search, though. Nothing available, or at least nothing he wanted. As it looks as though Yoshi has taken the other top 4 match, so we'll be meeting our winner here in the finals. And there goes Palkia V-Star's ability, throwing 3 water energies onto Radiant Greninja. So we will be hitting the Cloth. The poison will knock it out between turns. And the other 90 damage looks to be going on to Terapagos EX, perhaps? Not sure we've decided just yet. Though he does seem to be pointing to the Terapagos. And there is the prize for that Cloth. So as a reminder, the Cloth was knocked out by poison. Nathan will not be able to use Pheasantipodes flip the script ability this turn. There was not a Pokemon knocked out during his opponent's last turn. That took place between turns during Pokemon Checkup. Does still have the Area 0 Underdepths online, though. Still has the Terapagos on the board. Though Troy may be a bit unlucky to not have an attachment from hand during that turn. Those 3 energy all came from the discard pile, so he wasn't able to start setting up another attacker other than the Greninja either. So we do see the Orangaroo V's search ability grabbing a couple of tools out of the deck again. Looks like another binding mochi, and that may be it. We might be out of tools other than that.
I just had my owner in the back of the deck a bunch of times. This one I'm actually going to put on.
Certainly looking that way. Just another double check here for Nathan. Like I haven't missed anything, have I? Does not appear that way. Starts the shuffle. The search is concluded. Just that binding mochi for him this time.
2 gray ones too, man. It's not a common thing on these Pokemon boards.
I see the issue with having selected the Terapagos earlier. It is a Terra Pokemon. They are immune to bench damage. So that 90 damage falling off entirely. It is a legal target to select, but the damage is blocked. Nathan just surveying his options here. Not entirely sure how to proceed, it seems. But we do see an Iono. So both players will shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of their decks. Nathan will get 2 cards, and Troy will get 3. Nathan currently with no attacking options on the board. He needs an energy off of this. He'll be able to poison both Pokemon if he'd like. Did we see an energy? It didn't look like it. That looked blue, not green, like the double turbo energy we needed to see there. I think it might have been a further stadium, another area 0 underdepths. Nathan just contemplating options here. Not a whole lot of them available. Not even going to do the poison this time, though. And he just passes into Troy's turn. And Troy going to lead with an Ultra Ball, discarding it looks like a Ceruledge as well. And grabbing another. Just thin the deck out a little bit. Though it ought to be plenty thin by now, considering half of it is in the discard pile. And looks like that is a pass from Troy as well. It is.
That was a mistake.
And Nathan will begin his turn as well. So a quick search after that Iono, get those tools back into the hand as they were sent to the bottom of the deck. Still needs that energy. Troy not able to punish him for missing it last turn, but can Nathan take advantage this time round? Needs something. Both of these players need something right now, and it doesn't seem like either one of them is getting it. And we have another pass. Nathan just frustrated beyond belief here. But we do see the Carmine from Troy to start the turn. A strong top deck there. Can he get an energy, or a way to get an energy, and punish this? Now, it should be noted, if Troy hits the Briar and an energy next turn, he can win the game. The Briar will give you an extra prize card when your opponent is on 2 remaining. Opting instead this time for the Nest Ball. Are there even any Pokemon left in the deck? It doesn't look like it, but we are going to see a Buddy Buddy Poffin played as well. Looks like just to thin the hand down a bit. But neither player able to use Phesandipides because no one's taking prizes. No one's taking knockouts the last few turns. So just both trying to dig deep, find that last little bit they need to win this game. Nathan's been on the back foot for a lot of this, but he has done a great job of fighting it back. Pardon me, Troy's been on the back foot for a lot of this, but has fought it back brilliantly so far. All right, looks like we are back over to Nathan's turn, which ends almost immediately. Still looking for that fire energy and the Briar. Just trying to draw some cards here. Hits the earthen vessel. Does hit the fire energy. There's the Briar. Here's the retreat. And there is a 3-prize knockout. Just what the doctor ordered. Troy wins game 1.
Chasing energy. Yeah. Just didn't have a place
A strong finish to that game. We mentioned the Briar earlier. You punish your opponent for being on 2 prizes for a little too long in this case, running out of steam, leaving you that option to get back into the game and win it in one fell swoop. And Saraledge punishes the 2-prize, the 3-prize in this case, Orangaroo V. So Nathan, having lost game 1, will have the option to go first or second starting game 2. That will be his choice.
Yeah. So you jet.
And a reminder for those who may not be familiar with the format, in an elimination match, such as top 4, top 8, or finals, there must be a winner, obviously. So there are no ties. If the games are tied, if both players have won no games or 1 game each, at the end of the additional 3 turns after time is called, then the game will continue until either one player is ahead on prize cards or one player completes a win condition, or rather completes more win conditions than the opponent at the same time. But that will only apply if time is called during game 3 at this point, as Troy has just won game 1.
Maybe I should have put something not 2 prizes, or put a 1-prizer in the
We are playing 60-minute rounds in this best of 3 series.
I had the card, I could have stuck a cloth up there. That would have actually won the game, probably.
So far, an interesting back and forth series. Both Troy and Nathan getting interesting starts. A lot of energy in the discard pile for Troy, but not able to get attackers online early. Nathan jumping off to a fast start, but not able to punish that slowness from Troy and kind of stalling out towards the end of the game, leaving Troy an open door to get himself back in and win it. Looking like a plethora of options to start here for Nathan for game 2. And we will find out whether he is elected to go first or second in just a moment.
15 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
All right, game 2, folks. Has started the Brute Bonnet. Not what you wanted to see. And there's an awful lot of energy in that hand. What are the other options right now? Are there any? No.
Yeah, I know.
Now, for the good news for Nathan here is that there is not much Troy can do to punish him for that missing of anything else. There is not a donk mechanic that is available to Troy, unlike Nathan's deck, which could very well punish that start. But it looks like a very fast turn for Troy as well, just attaching the energy to the active Charcadet and hitting for 20, and that's it. So maybe not the world's perfect start for either of our players into game 2. We did see an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule now attached to that Brute Bonnet. Is that a Luminion V in the hand here for Nathan? No, but we do see the Iono. That hand will be shuffled into the deck. Oh, a rough start for Troy there as he shows us 3 energies, a Pal Pad, a Saraledge, and a Night Stretcher. Nothing helpful outside of what is on the board at the moment. So that hand will be shuffled and put to the bottom, replaced by, hopefully for Troy's sake, something a little more useful.
That's all I want is a trolley in life. All I want for Christmas is a trolley.
So 6 cards for each of our players. No one obviously has taken a prize card just yet. And that already looks a little more versatile for Nathan's hand.
Sorry.
Looks like an Ultra Ball at least. There is that Orangaroo that was ultimately the final 3 prizes of the last game. And we do see here the switching cart. Don't forget to heal that damage, Nathan. Because that does heal 30 from the basic Pokemon it moves to the bench. And a search for 2 Pokemon Tool cards here by the Orangaroo.
Should try pricing it for Seal Stone.
stretch.
Now, first deck search here. I'm going to take just an extra moment or two to make sure we know more or less what the prize card situation looks like for Nathan.
Okay. And then we don't play. Just one card needs to not be here. You gotta be kidding
And then
me.
hopefully Nathan will
This is not how you win.
heal that 20 damage that's on the Brute Bonnet and shouldn't be there anymore.
Is this my first turn? It's your second turn. You went first.
Yep, just taking an extra moment or two to look at what's available to him.
Not just gonna show up somewhere. It's not gonna be there.
Double checking counts of cards.
This one.
And as expected, we do see that Forest Seal Stone. This time it's accompanied by the Binding Mochi. Already have the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached to the Brute Bonnet, so no need for another one of those just yet.
Oh. Yeah.
Maybe considering an alternative here, Nathan? But one way or another, time is not on his side. All right, so it does look like that choice is finalized. We have attached the Forest Seal Stone to the Orangaroo, and it can use Star Alchemy here. Now the tricky bit, though, is that without the Terapagos on the bench, we can't use the Precious Trolley to get 7 Pokemon in this case. It would only be 4, because when the card is played, there is no Terra Pokemon on the board. Perhaps realizing that, we do see an Ultra Ball now from Nathan. Gets rid of that Pecharunt EX. We have not seen it in action at all this tournament. But we do see it go to the bin, as well as the one of Penny in Nathan's list.
I'm not smart. I'm not smart. I'm not smart. There's Terapagos.
And going after that Terapagos, we now have the full access to those extra bench slots.
Dang it. Shoot. All right. Seal.
And the Star Alchemy happens now, likely for that Precious Trolley. There it is. And we will go from 0 to 100 just like that. A full bench available to Nathan. Starts off with the Badoo. And many, many options here. Grabs the Cloth as well. Latias joins the party, and 3 more options available. We'll probably want that extra poison damage.
I'm sorry. I'm playing the game. I'm here to play.
There's a chance he wins this game on this turn. If he can get his hands on an energy, put it onto the Cloth. Actually, it doesn't much matter what he puts it onto. In fact, he may already have it. There's no damage on the Charcadet yet. Have we prized the Hisuian Sneasler?
Get your points right. I get your points.
Oh no!
You get 2 points. Yeah, I know. You will.
If the Hisuian Sneasler is prized, the poison won't be able to knock out
Is that too many?
the Charcadet. It will just be 60 total rather than 80. But we are instead just going to retreat in, poison both Pokemon, and item lock.
50 plus 10.
For a total of 50 damage,
50 and then 60 on the poison.
and that could be critical. That item lock on the first turn might just be what it takes here. Even without the Hisuian Sneasler, if nothing else hits the board this turn for Troy, this game is over and we're going to game 3.
I will draw.
Lots of items. Are there any Pokemon in there? Is that a Ceruledge? It is. Is that the only way we're surviving this turn? It could be. And it is. We do still have that damage. The poison goes away, but we do still have that damage on us.
Fine print on there.
So it's 50 damage. Sorry, 60 damage because of the poison. But we do hit the Professor's Research. Had to play that Ceruledge first, though. Got to make sure we survive another turn if we do manage to whiff another Pokemon here.
Great. My chance to win
But fortunately for Troy, all is not lost just yet. We do see a couple of different things. We see the Radiant Greninja, give a little more draw power there, draw a couple extra cards, and get another energy into the discard pile, buffing our damage. And we do see a Palkia hit the board. Just remember, folks, no item cards this turn for Troy. We also see the Jamming Tower. It's too late for that to stop the Star Alchemy on Forest Sealstone, but it will shut off the extra hit points on that Brute Bonnet, which, by the way, still has that damage, but shouldn't. If we could maybe let the judge staff know that that needs to go away, as that was switch carded out of the active. And we also do not get the benefit of the Binding Mochi either. And we do see a pass here, apparently, from Troy. Has the energy attached, but didn't apparently want to knock out the Badoo. We see a rescue stretcher here to get that Petulant back. Oop, can't bench that just yet. It went to the discard pile for a reason. Nope, that's played.
So yeah, so stretcher's gone.
Yep, that's got to go. So we are locked to that 5 bench spots. We got a boss's orders here, pulling up the Palkia V. And this one we are going to hit for 50, goes up to 60 between turns because of poison, but the poison will knock out the Badoo regardless. So we are under item lock for Troy's next turn, but the Badoo has spent its time, and it is now in the discard pile. We have taken a prize for that. So no items this turn, but we are a prize ahead. Greninja getting involved straight away, discarding yet another fire energy from the hand. A couple of those in the hand at the moment. Troy will be weighing his options here. Are there any options that discard this hand?
Sweet. Cool. Go for it.
And looks like there is in fact a Carmine, discarding that hand and drawing 5 additional cards. So a couple more fire energies into the discard pile, and we do see the jet energy. And Troy will now be wondering how much damage is he doing with this Ceruledge if he can throw it up into the active. Looks like 6 energies in the discard pile, so that'll be 120 plus the 30, so 150. However, using that jet, if you use it with the Greninja, you can use it to retreat as well, and that goes into the bin. But opting to do neither of those things,
Retreat. Go ahead. So I take how many? 6.
poisoning the active
It says 5 more.
is Nathan,
Okay, 6. So I have them at 7.
and then promoting the regular Petulant. So we are now taking quite a bit of damage from poison between turns.
Draw.
We are back over to Troy.
Because I poisoned
Still
the
poisoned
tree.
is that Palkia. And now items are back available for him as well. So we will see a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Going to grab at least 1 Charcadet here. That may be all that's available. Nope. There is also the Rotom. Let's not forget the Rotom. Says, I'm still here. I may not be grabbing other Pokemon, but I'm still here. That 70 damage that's available, though, would not be enough for this Petulant. We do, however, get the Badoo off of the Buddy Buddy Poffin instead of the Rotom. Little technical difficulty there. Maybe this will be a good opportunity to get rid of that damage on the Brute Bonnet.
Is that what you see? Yeah, we can see each other's hands.
Because lest we forget, a couple extra damage counters here and there really can make a difference later in the game.
There is. Well, it was Will-O-Wisp was an attack. If you let
Yes.
him know that, I think we're good.
Yeah, he attacked the second
Yeah,
turn of the
very
game
first
for
turn,
Will-O-Wisp
yeah.
for 20.
But let's go.
So a little bit of confusion here,
That's okay. Concealed.
as we do see the concealed cards from Radiant Greninja. Grabs a couple of water energy are the next two cards we draw. And those will go straight to the discard pile with an Ultra Ball.
Oh, yeah, you
Starting to get on the move towards a Palkia V-Star. Okay. Fair enough. I am being told that the damage should be there. Alrighty. Okay, so we have played the Ultra Ball. We have gotten a target. And we do see the Rotom hit the board, and a Jet Energy puts it to the active position. That'll get rid of the poison on the Palkia V, and will be just short of knocking out this Pecharunt. 70 damage for that one energy attack, as long as there is a Stadium card in play.
Awesome, dude.
All right, we see a Boss's Orders pulling up the Badoo, and the poison will knock out both active Pokemon between turns.
Pecharunt had an 80, yes.
Yeah.
Now, the player whose turn it is will promote second, so it will be Troy's job to promote here.
Before or after take a prize?
Now, to be clear, they can draw their prize cards first to educate that decision.
Draw.
And into Troy's turn, both players take a prize. Not quite as explosive this time around in getting the energies into the discard pile. We do see a Boss's Orders here, pulling up the Pheasantipity, retreating the Rotom out of the active. And that looks like it's enough energy in the bin to take two more prizes off of this Pheasantipity as well. But just for good measure, let's discard another energy with the Radiant Greninja, draw a couple more cards, and then take that that knockout on Fez. Just two prizes between Troy and the finals of this League Cup. We do see the Tool Search getting two Binding Mochi this time around.
Yeah. Something, yeah. There's 11 in there.
Those will go to the hand. Got a Hisui and Heavy Ball to look at the 5 remaining prize cards Nathan has.
Turn 0.
But he's got to be careful at this point. Any knockout on a 2-prizer will win Troy this game and will win Troy this match. Small delay here. Looks like we may have a judge call on something, perhaps a question. Double checking something. Stand by, folks.
Freeze in place. I feel like. for my
And
body,
we
yeah,
will
out here.
be in a holding pattern for just a moment as we try and figure out just what is going on here.
Screwed up probably, but I'm not sure.
Doing what?
I don't know.
I think everything was fine.
We just ran out of time. We checked my discard.
The head judge has stepped away, presumably to double check on something.
70, and then you poison yourself and me, which knocked me out and you out.
It's true.
So I don't know what the issue is.
So just to recap, Troy is ahead 1-0.
I wonder if I said poison.
Hold that thought for just a moment, folks.
You can go back and take the Twitch back. Something in like whoever's watching. Hey, you pressed poison. You did it.
Said poison?
I don't know. So this is turn 0. So when I'm looking now, let's take
the tool.
5
You can
prize
still use the ability.
2 turns.
Maybe that shouldn't be there because we switched cards.
Oh.
Alrighty, folks. Sounds like we have cleared up the slight confusion there. Not to worry, everything is above board. We will wait for our judge to get back to the table, and then we will go ahead and continue the match.
Card out of it. I think I did get to get this thing up here because I was going to try to win that way. I did switch card out of it. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, you guys are good.
So, to recap, we are in the midst of a search from the Hisuian heavy ball here.
Because I think I switched.
They might be right.
We have to remember. We can't remember whether I switched card out of this, but I think I did switch card out because I was going.
Just
for
double
the
checking a
golf.
couple things before we get back rolling again.
Take it out. He's right. Oh, how do you want to rule that?
Just get rid of the damage.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean,
All right, I played. I was
And
in the
it
middle
looks
of a
like
Sweden.
we are good to go. So, that Hisuian heavy ball search continues. It will go to the prize cards, replacing the Terrapagos EX that it'll grab.
Get to show the community what it looks like.
And that Terrapagos will head straight to the bench. And the bench now full, as we did get the Hisuian Sneasler off of that knockout from the Rotom a moment ago. Sorry, not the Rotom, the
Poison.
Charcadet. Or sorry, the Budu. Pardon me, I'm tripping over myself here.
oh,
And we are retreating into the Hisuian Sneasler, the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler, which will buff the poison damage regardless of whether it's active or not. But the important thing here is that it will give up only one prize. That is what Nathan needs to stay alive in this game. Troy needing a 2-prize knockout to take the win here. We do see an Ultra Ball. Really, all Troy's going to need is a boss's orders here. Any gusting effect to bring up a 2-prize Pokemon, and he will be able to win the game this turn. Win the game, win the match, and advance to finals. Now, Troy does not run a Luminion V, so unfortunately that will not be an option for him to go in and search for a boss's orders.
my other boss, so I can just
Yeah, that's
avoid the 5-prize.
But even so,
5-prize turn.
he is still in a very strong position here. Even a 1-prize knockout puts him down to 1 prize. Yes, he's susceptible to Iono, but all he would need from that point is any other 1-prize knockout. And that damage is starting to really stack up with those energies in the discard pile. We see the Radiant Greninja's ability, the concealed cards, discarding another energy, building that damage for Ceruledge even more. Looked like he got a Palpad off of that as well. We see another Ceruledge. And there is that Palpad. We'll be putting that boss's orders at least back into the deck. Any target right now will do that is worth 2 prizes. The boss's orders, and it looks like a professor's research. Back into the deck with a Palpad. Now contemplating an Ultra Ball perhaps. Thinking better of it, going ahead and shuffling the deck. And on we go. Next it'll be a Jet Energy with the Rotom, if for no other reason than to get rid of the poison that's on that Ceruledge EX.
Charming.
And now a Night Stretcher to retrieve that Budu that gave up the prize earlier.
Okay. All right.
And we can retreat into the Budu and item lock Nathan for yet another turn,
Light it all away. Okay.
should the need arise. We do see the Carmine here.
I didn't find my boss for next turn.
You really loves items.
Looks like a few different options into the hand. A Jet Energy again, I
look at
think.
this.
Put you out of your misery.
Yes.
May have been a fire.
Abyssal Flames.
But we do retreat back into the Ceruledge. We take the knockout on the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. And Troy is 1 prize away from winning the game, winning the match, and advancing to the finals of the Guardtower League Cup. We have tools hitting the board for Nathan. What has he got available? He is going to poison that active Ceruledge again. And that is going to be all.
Oh yeah, you have to be poisoned. I want you to be injured.
Does Troy have enough damage here?
Do I have enough to just...
How many energies are in the discard pile?
For $1 billion good game.
It looks like enough. Troy takes the knockout, wins game 2, wins the series, and advances to the finals of the Guardtower Quarter 3 League Cup.
I thought.
Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back with finals in just a minute.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for the finals of the Guardtower Quarter 3 League Cup Championship. We have a matchup between Troy, returning from a strong victory in top 4, against Yoshi, who will be running something we've somehow not managed to see on stream today. It will be Troy's Sarah Ledge, as you've seen already, versus Yoshi's Guardtower EX list. So we will have a very interesting matchup there. The players are getting set up already. And this match, this best of 3 over 60 minutes plus 3 turns, will determine who takes home that gorgeous Pikachu mat, the 50 championship points towards the World Championships, as well as the 50 championship points feeding into the Columbus Invitational. We'll get back to more on that in a bit, but the players appear to be ready to go, and who am I to stop them? Without further ado, let's get right to it. Okay, looks like Troy will be going first, starts the Charcadet once again, does top deck into the Radiant Greninja, hits the Nest Ball as well. Lots of options starting right off the bat. So just a quick search through, making sure we double check what Pokemon are available. We've seen Troy do this a few different times now, and it's worked well for him so far. Now, since we've not had a chance to talk about Yoshi's list, let's go through a couple of fun points of note. There are 3 Twilight Masquerade Monkey Dory in this list. Most lists I've seen are only running the 2. There are 3 in this one, as well as 3 Darkness Energies to make sure those are always online. We do have the Manaphy for the bench barrier, so that Radiant Greninja may not be as effective in this matchup as it otherwise might be. Got to protect those Curlia, protect those Ralts. We do, of course, have the classic attackers. We have the Scream Tail to hit the bench for Gardevoir. We have the Klefki to shut down abilities on basic Pokemon. Maybe not super helpful in this matchup, though it would shut down the Radiant Greninja. He has a Radiant Greninja of his own to discard energies, make sure that Gardevoir's ability is as effective as it possibly can be. We do see that turn 1 Carmine. Remember, that can be used on the first turn of the game when you otherwise cannot use supporter cards. We do have a couple of fire energies already in the bin for Troy here. And there is Radiant Greninja getting involved right away with that concealed cards ability, drawing right into the Brilliant Blender, throwing all the energies into the discard pile right at the start of the game. We are not going to be hurting for damage on this one, folks. A couple of other things to note while we're searching on that. In Yoshi's list, we do have the Cresselia from Lost Origins to move damage off of all of your Psychic Pokemon onto one of your opponent's Pokemon. And, of course, we do have the one of Drifloon to hit for big numbers when you need it. So Troy, considering tossing a couple of things, he is going to just get rid of the Badoo outright, make sure that Monkey Dory can't cause any more damage than is absolutely necessary to allow, as well as 2 fires and 2 water energy into the bin off of that Brilliant Blender. Looks like we will also be seeing an Ultra Ball, discarding that looks like a Jet Energy and I think a Boss's Orders. And that Ultra Ball will go and grab, I would think, a Charcadet here. But looks like going to grab the Rotom instead. Rotom is actually a strong attacker in this matchup. There are not a whole lot of high HP targets that Yoshi will be putting forward. Rotom can take care of business on pretty much all of them without breaking a sweat and without breaking the prize trade that is so critical to this matchup from Troy's perspective. So we do see the Pal Pad on turn 1 throwing both of those Boss's Orders back into the deck. They will once again be available. Not common you see them both hitting the discard pile on the first turn, but Troy will be glad to have them back available. He does run 3. He would have been more or less okay, but you like having those options as much as possible. We do see another Charcadet hit the board, and now the Squawk and Seas, tossing that hand, all of that before the Squawk and Seas. Lots and lots of energy in the discard pile already. And it looks like it's going to be at least one more as Troy eyes up and does in fact play an earthen vessel, discarding a basic fire energy and looking for even more energy to put into that hand. Lots going on for Troy on this first turn, an explosive start, and he'll be very happy to see it. So 2 more fire energy going into the hand. Has not attached for turn yet, and will do so onto the Charcadet. The other fire will go into the hand. And that will be a pass. Big turn 1 for Troy. Yoshi starting out strong as well with the Hisuian Heavy Ball going into the prize cards. Looking at the cards you find there. Won't need to take any extra time on a first deck search of the game. But it looks like there's an awful lot of Psychic-type Pokemon in that prize card group. I think I see at least 1 Ralts, 1 Kirlia, 1 Cresselia. Lots going on that he probably doesn't want to see there. Good for him, though, that he does get the Ralts. Not sure what else is in the hand, but it'll be nice to know that that Ralts is on the bench and we are not in any danger of a turn 2 knockout for the game yet.
You don't have to do it now, but it's a prize card.
So, shuffling up the prize cards, making sure that is all nice and random. And there, of course, there is... Why wouldn't there be a Buddy Buddy Poffin in Yoshi's hand as well? Going and grabbing at least 1 more Ralts. Looks like 2. We got 3 of those kids right out onto the bases. So starting out strong, both players this game. Not a slow start in the house today. 3 Ralts on one side, a billion energy in the bin on the other. Looks like 9 total. Pardon me, that's 10. So next turn, minimum, Troy will be hitting for 230 damage with a Ceruledge. Looks like there is the pass. We do see the Manaphy. Want to make sure we protect those Ralts while we can on Yoshi's side of the board. But it is onto Troy's turn, and immediately we already have the Palkia V-Star, so a darn good thing, too, that that Manaphy hit the board, because otherwise we might be looking at going from 3 Ralts on the first turn to just 1 going into the second. But not to be this time. That Manaphy doing heavy lifting here. Another Ancient Vessel, pardon me, Earthen Vessel, to discard a Fire Energy and go and grab a little more energy out of the deck if there is any still available. Contemplating whether or not to even get anything. I think I saw at least 1 Water, perhaps, still available. But it doesn't look like we'll be taking anything on this Earthen Vessel. The Fire Energy goes to the bin. We are up to, it looks like 11 of those in there now. You'll have to forgive me. That is actually 10. So there are 10 energy cards in Troy's discard pile with that Earthen Vessel discarding the fire here. Nothing grabbed off of the vessel. No Ceruledge in the hand. And we're tossing the 2 Boss's Orders again, discarded with the Carmine. What is it with Boss's Orders this game? They cannot keep themselves out of the discard pile. Was it worth it at least? Did Troy hit the Ceruledge? He did. He will take the knockout on the Monkey Dory. Yoshi will promote the Manaphy that is saving him this turn. And it is up to you, Yoshi, for now. Looks like 2 Kirlia right off the bat. We're going to be discarding cards with it. Just drawing a few cards here and there. That is the Drifloon, I believe, that has gone to the bin for him. May not be too happy with that later on in the game, because that will one-shot a Ceruledge should the need arise. The trouble is, I believe there are no Psychic Energy in Yoshi's discard pile at the moment to accelerate, even if he could get the Gardevoir out into play this turn. There are no rare candy in this list. This is the slightly slower but definitely setup-focused approach to Gardevoir. As we do see the first of no doubt many later in the game, Psychic Energies hitting the discard pile with that second refinement from Kirlia. And here we see another energy attached to the Manaphy, and this one will also get the TM Evolution, And we're going to go and grab a third Curlia, which is available. And it looks like no Gardevoir just yet. Doesn't want to give a 2-prize target as an opportunity to Troy just yet this game. So no Gardevoir this time as we go into Troy's turn. 3 Curlias on the bench for Yoshi, and just that Manaphy with the Psychic Energy active. If it does survive this turn, it can retreat and put that into the discard pile anyway. So an interesting matchup here between Gardevoir, which does its thing by getting energy in the discard pile, and Ceruledge, which does its thing by getting energy in the discard pile. They just go about it in 2 very, very different ways. A lot of more internal draw in Gardevoir, a lot more just all gas, no brakes. In Ceruledge, just discard, discard, discard. Not a whole lot of availability for resource management in Ceruledge lists. We do see the Ultra Ball to go and grab another Ceruledge EX, and a Super Rod to toss at least that Pheasantipity back into the deck, as well as the Badoo, interestingly. And 1 Fire Energy, so reducing our damage output slightly, though we don't need it as high as it was just yet. So we are back down to 9, pardon me, from earlier. 9 energies in the discard pile, it looks like, as we play that Super Rod. So the trouble that Troy finds himself in now is that we have seen 4 Boss's Orders hit the discard pile. 2 of them were put back into the deck with a Pal Pad, and then they hit the discard pile again the very next turn. So we do see the Carmine. Pardon me, that's the Professor's Research. It looked like a lot of cards for a Carmine. The Jamming Tower that put in so much work last round for Troy does hit the board now. The Jet Energy pulls the Rotom active, and it will hit that 1 energy attack for 70 damage into the Manaphy, putting the Manaphy and, crucially, that Psychic Energy into the discard pile for Yoshi. A refinement right away with another Psychic Energy for Yoshi here. So 3 of those available in the discard pile at least. And waffling a little bit on whether or not we're using another refinement. Does look like that 3 count of energy is correct. We have the Ace Spec available here in the hand. I am not having a good time trying to find that on the deck list. It's a secret box, my apologies. Is the secret box that Yoshi plays for his Ace Spec. And just mulling over what to do next here. And Yoshi says, you know, I liked your Super Rod well enough, I think I'll do one of my own. So a Super Rod here for Yoshi, probably putting that Manaphy back into the deck. We want that available. As well as the Drifloon and the Monkey Dory that was knocked out just a little while ago. So just a reminder, we are on 6 prizes for Yoshi, 4 remaining for Troy, who took knockouts on the Monkey Dory earlier, and last turn the Manaphy. With that nice, perfect math 70 damage attack on Rotom. Looks like he's got 6 cards in hand at the moment. I'm reading that die right, yes. So a couple more refinement here from Yoshi. We've drawn a couple more cards. That does look like another Monkey Dory has hit the discard pile. So 1 monkey out, another monkey in. And we do see that secret box tossing a bunch of resources. Looks like a Buddy Buddy Poffin. A couple of other things I can't quite make out. Is that a Gardevoir? I think it is. There's a Gardevoir EX hitting the discard pile here, it looks like, as well as an energy of some type. It looks like a darkness energy. So we're grabbing another Buddy Buddy Poffin here with the secret box. Maybe not. Just making sure we're getting the right stuff here, Yoshi is. Looks like we will get that Buddy Buddy Poffin after all, as well as an Artisan to bounce the jamming tower, as well as go ahead and start loading up that bench as well.
6.
Decisions here for Yoshi. Still working on this search. We do see a tool in the form of TM Evolution, and still the option of a supporter. Looks like that will be an Arven as well. Now, a couple of these cards do search the deck, so it may behoove Yoshi not to shuffle just yet. Looks like we will be playing that Buddy Buddy Poffin at the very least. So cannot grab the Monkey Dory with that, but we can crab? That was last round. We can grab the Manaphy, as well as there are a couple of other options, attacking options in this list. You could grab the Klefki, you could grab the Drifloon that you've just put back into the deck. Doesn't help you a whole lot just yet, but it is an option. Looks like we will be failing that second one on the Buddy Buddy Poffin, but we are going to proceed with an Arven. So a Pokemon tool card and an item card. Off of this search, we will be grabbing, looks like just the Earthen Vessel here. And playing that, discarding, well, I'm honestly not sure what that card is, but grabbing 2 Psychic Energies. And because of the severe deficit of boss's orders on Troy's side of the board at the moment, that Manaphy is probably here to stay. There's not a whole lot that the Greninja, the Radiant Greninja on his bench will be able to do. Still with the option to play the Stadium card is Yoshi. Just having a look through the discard pile. I think that was a Night Stretcher that's just been played. It sure is. Grabbing that Gardevoir back from the discard pile. We're also playing that Artisan and searching with it, it looks like. So things starting to pop off here for Yoshi. This time we have gone for the Scream Tail. The potential for 160 damage sniped to the bench. And that Squawkabilly EX on Troy's bench is looking quite the meal at the moment. So one attachment from hand this turn to the Kirlia that's active, and another attachment for the Psychic Embrace. 20 damage to the Kirlia, and it will go to the bench, retreating with those energies, which will go right back into play onto the Scream Tail along with 2 more, putting 80 damage on the Scream Tail, enabling it to hit for 160, which will go straight onto that Squawkabilly. 2 prizes to Yoshi, and it is game on here in game 1. Time for a response from Troy, if he can muster one. The other problem he faces now, of course, with those boss's orders continuing to hit the discard pile, if he wants to take a 2-prize knockout, he might be out of luck. He's got to have a boss's orders to pull the Gardevoir active, but he's only got a maximum of 1 left available. There is only the 1 Pal Pad in Troy's list, and it has been expended already. So not looking great from a target choice perspective from Troy. At a certain point, he's got to start thinking about the prize trade here. There's not a great route for him to win this game. He will be able to take the 1 prize knockout on the Scream Tail here, but Yoshi is going to have the option to pull up basically any target he wants. He'll be behind one prize. He's got 2 counter catchers in the list, as well as 1 boss's orders. So the counter catcher next turn will give him a 2 prize target that he can knock out, potentially with the drift loon if he goes and grabs that. And then all it will take is 1 more 2 prize knockout to win this game. Troy is really behind the 8 ball on this prize trade. Goes for a buddy poffin, but at a certain point, Troy may need to consider going to game 2. This game is not shaping up well for him. And it's also taking quite a bit of time off the clock. We do see that 3rd boss's orders. We are done with those for this game. Is there enough energy in the discard pile to knock out this Guardtower? It looks like it. It should be enough. Yes, more than enough to knock out the Guardtower. And this was probably Troy's only option if he wants to stay in this game. Because what Yoshi needs to do here is find a way to respond with a KO that's going to be worth 2 prizes. But the trouble is for him now, 4 energies of the 7 available psychics are attached to that Screamtail. He does have Turo's Scenario, just the one of, in the deck, to potentially pick that card up and discard all those energies. But he also needs another Guardtower. He's expended his draw support for the turn from the Curlias now with 2 refinements. He has put energy still in the bin, but it's not enough to make that Drifloon one-shot this Saraledge. We are starting to see monkeys return to the board here now. And it does have an energy attached to it as well, so no more energy attachments from hand this turn. And do we see the Arven? We do. So it'll be Arven for Yoshi's supporter for the turn. And Troy hoping that the pressure he's putting on here is going to be enough. There is that counter catcher. That will complicate matters a bit. It'll let Yoshi choose his target. And remember, that Screamtail cannot hit Saraledge while it's on the bench. You can target it, but the damage is blocked by the Terror rule on Saraledge EX. It is immune to damage on the bench. We do see that counter catcher pulling up the Rotom. And the Monkey Dory moving damage to that Rotom from the Curlia on the bench. But it doesn't look like we're going to see a Gardevoir EX this turn. And it looks like that 160 snipe is going to take out the Greninja on the bench of Troy. So Troy going into his deck with the Artisan, I believe, here.
I picked up the wrong thing.
Looks like a little bit of
Yeah.
confusion just now.
I picked up the wrong, because I'm a lefty, I'm used to...
Oh
picked up
dear.
my deck instead of my
Oh dear, did he pick up his deck thinking it was his hand?
Yeah, but yeah,
It's in the same exact order.
yeah.
We will wait on confirmation, folks. Looks like there's going to be some judge involvement here.
I was looking at the board, so I can actually look at my cards.
Okay. Just give me 1 quick second. I'll be right back.
So the tricky part here is, if that is an illegal search, if he didn't announce Artisan, if he had just picked up the deck, maybe thinking it was his hand, one way or another, that's a search you cannot do. If he had declared Artisan, that's one thing.
So I had this there.
But if not, that's a search you can't do.
I have 6 cards, and I just
This is not looking great for Troy here. Was in a really strong position a moment ago, and it may have just faded just a bit here.
From Columbus?
from California, but now I live in Columbus last year and a half or so.
How do you like?
So we will wait on confirmation on what's going on at the table just now,
I mean, it's large, but
as the judges confer and try to make sense of what's going on.
I don't know. Right now I'm just worried on what they're
Oh
gonna
yeah,
say.
sorry.
So,
Yeah,
I'm not really gonna be much for
it's fine,
talking.
yeah.
Yeah. Because that'd be dumb if I like lose
Yeah,
the game
yeah,
on
yeah.
Now, just as an update, Troy is fairly high up in the leaderboards for the Columbus Invitational. Double checking on that, he is currently 16th on 134 points. And just a moment, folks, I need to turn my attention elsewhere. It wasn't like a flip through, but So just for clarity, that was an illegal search, yeah. Test, test. Okay, apologies for the delay, folks. We were reviewing footage on what happened. It does appear that that search was not legal to happen at the time.
So if you sit here, it's same.
It doesn't matter like where you
Right,
sit. It's
right,
just.
So it has been determined that Troy did in fact see cards having picked up the deck, and that is a search you cannot do. We will see
I mean, if it's
the
not,
implementation
like,
of
judge here, it's totally fine
the
for me.
fix and reaction
Yeah, 'cause,
in
like,
just a moment.
I just like look over and there's I think like a but it's my deck.
Yeah,
Or my not my deck, my hand.
yeah, yeah.
But it's my deck.
All right, we are just waiting on the judges to return. Looks like they are back. So an update for everyone viewing at home. Troy appeared to have picked up his deck at the start of the turn rather than his hand, which unfortunately does constitute an illegal deck search, which is a gameplay error major and is being assessed a 2-prize penalty, which means Yoshi will need to take 1 prize card more to win this game. He will need to take 2 fewer prize cards, so just the 1 left now for Yoshi to win game 1.
Because I literally just draw like nothing. Can you look on the footage and see it?
And that is just heartbreaking for Troy, really. He was in a very strong position until that
So like
just
I
slight
had
misstep.
Had the deck like this, right? Or this is my
Yeah, it
hand.
was like this.
This is my hand.
Yeah.
He knocks out the card. I instinctively, because I'm
Right.
playing differently.
Yeah.
I
You see,
pick
there
this
is
up
still some discussion
and
going
I start,
on.
Like kind of fanning it, but I'm trying to like I didn't actually like draw or obviously didn't draw a card.
Right.
And I'm just thinking, and maybe I looked at some cards, but
Yeah.
but it's in this. I'm pretty sure it's in the same exact order.
Yeah.
Um,
What has happened this turn?
So just
you
waiting
actually
on
might-
resolution
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that they
I just
can
knocked
continue
out his
playing this
bench.
game,
Okay.
Greninja and
if they do in fact continue playing this game.
or something. I was
Yeah.
Because certainly if you're Troy, if you are giving up a 2-prize penalty here, you have to consider just conceding game 1 and moving on to game 2 so that you might have
I feel
enough
like it
time
doesn't change
to
the
make an
state.
impact on that, win game 2, and potentially go ahead on prizes in game 3.
Shuffle
So,
everything.
give me 1 second.
Okay.
We'll discuss some information. Do you have anything else to add or say?
no, like he didn't.
I don't think anyone saw. Like
Yeah, I didn't
owned up
saw
to
that
it, and
'cause
like,
I
I'm
was
like,
showing
shoot,
my
I'm like,
hand.
shoot, this is my.
All right,
side.
and while we are waiting on this, let's go ahead and mention just a couple of other events we want to talk about real quickly. Firstly, a shout out, I've mentioned it a couple of times already, the Columbus Invitational.
This was here.
It is an event that is being organized by all of the organizers around the city of Columbus, Ohio. Their tournaments that provide championship points, any league challenge,
Like, you can
any
definitely
league
still
cup,
take a prize card.
will also provide points equivalent to the championship point payout towards qualification for the Columbus Invitational.
But if you have the double
And that will be later in the year. It will be just before the North American International Championships. It will be held here in Columbus at the Ohio Union at Ohio State University. And that format essentially will work as a system where players in the top 24 positions in the leaderboards of those championship points will receive automatic invites, and there will be a last chance qualifier held for the final 8 slots to qualify for that 32-player event in the Masters division. So a big shout out to the organizers for that. We also have the Celadon Gym event coming to our location here at Guardtower Games. It is open to women and non-binary competitive players. It is an event to celebrate the community that will be taking place next week on March the 8th. It is at 2 p.m. to start. It will be standard format, and the pricing will be in prismatic evolutions. There will be a cash payout that scales with attendance as well. So we invite all women and non-binary competitive players to join us here in a week's time. Additionally, a shout out to Guardtower West's leagues. They take place every Tuesday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. There will be Journey Together pre-release organized by that league as well on the 18th of March at 6:30 p.m. We'll begin registration, and the event itself will begin at 7:30 p.m.
Wow, Guardy's here.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
Deck's gonna change a lot.
Yeah.
Right, so it looks like there is still some deliberation going on at the table. We are waiting on full resolution. So it is possible that the potential penalty we discussed earlier may not be implemented. May not be implemented, but we will find out shortly.
Joshua and all those like regional winning people coming.
Are they're in Chicago area?
Yeah. So like one of the cup I met Grant in the first game, and he was playing.
Wow.
Yeah, he was playing the Guardy for the first time.
Okay, hold on just a second, folks. It sounds like there is slightly more information coming.
He's good at like they can just pick up a deck with enough like knowledge to their own deck and can win the game. It's pretty good. I still cannot be like that yet. That's why I'm playing only one deck. But yeah.
Just comes with time.
Yeah, right. Cause last season I was just doing judge in the regionals, and I went to judge as well. Just judge to the wall. But this season I cannot judge.
All right, folks, we should be getting a little more information in just a moment. It sounds
So, but I'm international student, so.
as though the penalty we discussed earlier will be enforced as mentioned. But let's wait for our judge staff to arrive back at the table. Looks like they are here.
So, we're talking with you. and
Yeah.
discussing
A little bit more explanation coming in from the head judge here.
that you may not have changed the order of the deck.
Sure.
Unfortunately, the thing that matters here is the information gained, and so I'm going to uphold the double press penalty.
All right.
And so, therefore,
And you really hate to see this. We never want to see a game
I'm just gonna concede. So I'll go.
essentially determined by a penalty.
There's problem.
But at the same time,
Do you see Min coming back?
we do have to make sure the rules are played the same way by everybody so that it is fair to all players. It does look like the penalty has been enforced, and it does appear Troy is conceding game one and moving on to game two. So Yoshi wins game one,
That's flexibility.
and we will have Troy choosing whether or not to go first in game two. He will hope for a similarly explosive start to the one he had in game one. And Yoshi just one win away from a League Cup championship, 50 points towards both Worlds qualification and qualification for the Columbus Invitational in just a couple of months.
There, like next to the bench.
And of course, who can forget that sweet, sweet playmat?
Sorry. It's all good. Not your fault.
So just a moment as we get set up for game two here.
It could be a moment we're looking for a sleeve to replace Yoshi's slow sleeve.
I don't know if you heard me say there will be a 10-minute extension on there.
Looks like that may be just a moment. It does sound like we've got a split sleeve that needs replacing.
Have you started the timer yet, or?
Not yet. I
As
think
we're-
we need to
as
wait.
We're waiting for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And folks, we thank you for your patience. We understand that
So
Delays in games are not always the best viewing, and as try as I might, I'm
yeah.
not able to adequately fill all dead space within a game, so we do appreciate your patience on that.
Like Andrew was using Fire yesterday.
I think it's pretty good, like,
Yeah.
to be able to attack with, there's a
Yeah.
lot of things that are
Kills the
70
crafty.
HP.
Yeah.
Let's see.
We may even can dunk, right?
Sometimes, but
So-
it's unlikely.
Like Sergio's mirror, if you go second.
Yeah.
How
So,
about
I mean,
the
it depends. Like,
Yeah.
of course.
Is there anything
Yeah.
particularly fun that we haven't
Yeah,
mentioned
they
yet
cannot
about
balance
these
my
players'
use of
deck lists?
I mean, I don't know if you can do that.
Personally, I do find it interesting. Troy is only running the 2 copies of Professor's Research, which can potentially create problems later in the game if he's struggling to draw cards. The Carmine is good, but 5 versus 7,
Okay, so maybe I have to
you
buy new.
obviously prefer 7 in most cases.
Oh wait.
Carmine, of course, is much more useful on that first turn of the game, though.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So it looks like,
Oh, Min put it out when he leave.
oh, please tell me we do not have to re-sleeve the entire deck. Okay, no, looks like we've just got the 1 card. All right.
I'm sure that, I mean, like,
Give those edges, the bottom edges a quick look, but
Yeah.
that was
So we do have that 1 card re-sleeved. We should be ready to go in just a moment here.
This one's
it's a nest ball, too. Which is,
that was heavy ball.
I mean, that's what I mean, heavy ball.
And we should be good to go.
Just,
yeah. That seemed to be the only offender.
Thank you.
Oh, cards just flying all over the show here.
yeah, I'm gonna do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Thanks. There you go.
You go first, right?
Yes.
Looks like Troy will be switching back to his usual left-handed play style here. So we do have basics on both sides of the board. Prize cards are being set out. And we are go for launch on Game 2 of the finals of the Guardtower Quarter 3 League Cup.
Starting.
Looks like another Charcadet versus Monkey Dory start, looking awfully familiar from last round, or last game rather. And an Earthen Vessel going straight into the deck. Gonna check for those Pokemon first, as always, before grabbing a couple of basic energy cards. So Badoo available, Radiant Greninja available. I did see a flash of pink there, so that Brilliant Blender is also available. Looks like grabbing a couple of water energies. And we'll be ready to roll there. So 2 water energies off of the Earthen Vessel. Is there a way to put those in the bin? Looks like yes, that is an Ultra Ball. So both of those water energies going straight to the discard pile to join their fire energy counterpart. And the Squawkabilly grabbed out of the deck to start us on one of those patented, very long and very discardy happy turns for Ceruledge EX. And moving right along, looks like we do have the Pheasantipity in the hand. Contemplating whether or not to bench that, but electing not to do so. The hand discarded with Squawk and Seize, and 6 new cards right into the hand for Troy. Now a Buddy Buddy Poffin hits the board, can potentially grab a Charcadet, and if you'd like one, the Rotom, if it's available. Looks like it is. And it does appear those will be joining us on the bench as well. 4 energies in the discard pile already. There is a Nest Ball, which will bring to us yet another Charcadet, it looks like. Or, nope, choosing instead to go the Radiant Greninja route and have the option to draw a few more cards this turn. Now we do see the PAL pad used right away once again, this time throwing the professor's research back into the deck. So not necessarily having to dig 2 boss's orders out of the discard pile right away, not this time. And a jet energy onto the Charcadet, onto the Rotom replacing the Charcadet, and a Carmine, just what the doctor ordered, on the first turn of the game. Boy, oh boy, that's a lot of energy in the hand there. We see the discard of 1 with concealed cards to draw a couple more cards there. And that will be all for Troy's first turn, and Yoshi can get us started on his first turn. We see an Arven straight out of the gate, grabbing the TM Evolution and what surely will be a Buddy Buddy Poffin to put a couple of targets for that TM Evolution onto the bench. Just doing a quick check on what Pokemon are available this time around here for Yoshi. Looks like a good smattering of options there. Just being as thorough as possible, make sure we know what is available and what is not. Check those prize cards if we can. Noticed something's not there, writing it down on the notebook off to the side. And still to determine what to grab with the item search. It could be the Buddy Buddy Poffin, but he has every right not to get that. But it will in fact be, it looks like, that Buddy Buddy Poffin after all. Just doing one more look through. And the Poffin will be played. Grabbing a couple of Ralts. Those will likely be Curlia by the end of this turn. Protected from the punishment by Palkia V-Star by the fact that Troy was unfortunate enough not to get one on his first turn. So we do see the evolution. We will see 2 Curlia hit the board. And that will be all for Yoshi's first turn. Drawing to start the turn is Troy. Looks like another fire energy available. Tossing that straight onto the Charcadet. And evolving that right away into a Ceruledge EX. And Ultra Ball discarding at least 1 more energy. Looking to grab another Ceruledge EX. So lots of protection on the bench there. Getting as much HP available as possible here. Because those purple cards on Yoshi's side of the board deal an awful lot of damage, but sometimes they can struggle to hit those big numbers earlier in the game. The Rotom currently not able to knock anything out with this attack, as everything on the board has at least 80 HP. So we will go into the Carmine, discarding that hand and drawing 5. At least 1 energy in there. Available for the Radiant Greninja, which tosses it immediately, draws a couple more, 2 more fire energy in fact. We have already attached for turn, however. Ooh, let's, folks, we have attached for turn. This is turn 2. Stop the game, please. Let's get that fire energy on the Greninja back into the hand. As Yoshi will go ahead and start the turn. But that fire definitely needs to go back to Troy's hand here, as there was already an attachment to the Ceruledge. or rather the Charcadet at the time. So Yoshi contemplating how best to proceed with this turn. Going for an Arven, looks like. And we'll search for a tool and an item card once more. But still wondering on that fire energy on the Greninja, the Radiant Greninja. That was a second attachment for the turn. We are only allowed the one. So that card should still be in Troy's hand rather than attached to the Radiant Greninja. Still going through the search here for Yoshi.
I'll go back easy, yeah.
And it looks like that'll be the Secret Box and a TM Evolution again. So a few different options to toss here. You will toss that Manaphy, as well as the TM Evolution. Grabbing an Artisan, an Ultra Ball, need that to get the Gardevoir. An Iono, disrupt the hand a little bit. And at this point, we really do need to have that fire energy back into the hand. Because of course that Iono can't be played this turn, but it could be played next turn, and that may make a huge difference. Alright, we see a Super Rod tossing the Manaphy, the Monkey Dory, and I'm not sure what Psychic Pokemon that was under there, but it was a Psychic Pokemon. Back into the deck. And now the Artisan does hit the board, searching for that right away. Looks like eyeing up an Ultra Ball here, going in, grabbing likely the Gardevoir EX to try and start attacking with the Drifloon. So still contemplating what exactly to discard, taking a bit of a long time here to do it as well. Alright, so we do have that Ultra Ball play. Oop, maybe not. Now we have that Ultra Ball played, and we will be searching for any Pokemon, revealing it, and putting it into the hand. And sure enough, it is that Gardevoir EX. Which will go to the hand and likely immediately hit the board onto one of these Kirlia. We do have the Bravery Charm here. We should see how much energy is in the bin there. There's 2 that get thrown onto the Kirlia. 3 now thrown onto the Drifloon. 6 damage counters onto it. And that fire energy needs to be back in the hand. It shouldn't have been attached in the first place. So please, if we can let the players and judges know that that fire energy needed to be in the hand. Because now it is affecting the damage output from Ceruledge. So we have 9. There should be 8 energies in the discard pile. So Greninja does return to the board. From the Night Stretcher there. Looks like another Night Stretcher bringing back the Pheasantipity EX. And if production could please let them know, looks like we are hearing now, perhaps. Okay, looks like a small delay here.
Did you time it or stop it?
Sorry, guys.
Fire energy being like here. So that one like get
Just knocked
discarded.
my Pokemon out.
Yeah.
This was on the Greninja.
The energy that was on that Greninja was a second
Yeah,
attachment.
knocked the Greninja out.
So it's in the discard pile now. It's that top fire energy there. It should be in the
So
hand.
there's no fire energy on there anymore.
I have no access to that. But, so, it was on his second turn. There were 3 energies on the board at the end of the second turn. Correct.
Are they still playing?
No, they're fidgeting. It didn't actually affect anything. Like, we know where it is. It just shouldn't be in the discard. It should be in the hand. I'm certain.
How long you been playing Pokemon?
About 15
No,
minutes.
not, it was like the last action he took on the
Well,
turn.
I mean, the card game.
Yep.
I mean, off and on though. I took a break here and there.
Yeah, I guess like life stage.
Played in college for a while and then.
Okay, so waiting on updates for just a moment. We will get back underway. And once again, thank you for your patience as we deal with the things that inevitably come up in high-level Pokemon play. These are sometimes just part of it, after all.
Reviewing some footage, and on your second turn,
So,
you attach energy to
the energy that was attached to that Radiant Greninja when it was knocked out should not have been attached at the time. It had been attached as a second attachment on that turn, and it should still be in the hand. There is nothing that has affected the hand, or at least gotten rid of the hand since, so it should just still be in the hand. It hasn't changed anything else, per se.
So it was just any of these fire
just the
energy?
fire energy. Yep, that one's fine.
Because I didn't play any Iono or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We good there?
But had we gotten to the point where it affected damage this turn, we may have had a problem. So, we should be all good now, and we are back to it.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Okay, yeah, we can.
Alright, unconcealed.
Okay, you get more fire.
And of course, the fire energy goes straight back into the discard pile, and this time it should be there. So, a couple more cards for Troy, using Pheasantipity as well, flipping the script, hoping for something a little more constructive now. And so, thinking on what to do next, looks like eyeing up a Jet Energy. And looks like we're going to be attacking with the Rotom once more in this matchup. And it will be more than enough to knock out a very damaged Drifloon at this point. Eyeing up a Jamming Tower as well, maybe shutting down a response with the Bravery Charm, as the last thing Troy needs is to lose a not Cinderace, a Ceruledge on the next turn. And there is that Jamming Tower. Bounces the Artisan out of play. And contemplating a boss's orders this time, and will take out the Curlia as well. So the Drifloon stays available. The Curlia leaves the game, goes to the discard pile. A prize taken here. So back ahead is Troy.
That's a good call right there.
4 prizes to Yoshi's 5. And we do see that Iono. So Troy now down to 4 cards in hand. Yoshi will draw to 5. No other draw support available at the moment for Yoshi either. We do see the Buddy Buddy Poffin. That'll help. It will at least give him an opportunity to build that bench up once more. The trouble, though, is, at this point, Troy is up and running. Troy is putting a lot of pressure on Yoshi at this point. So where earlier Yoshi had the opportunity to, pretty much as he liked, put cards into play, build up his board state, now Troy is taking prizes. Troy is shortening this game, and that is not a situation that Yoshi wants to be in.
Got it.
So still contemplating that second target for Buddy Buddy Poffin for Yoshi.
That is normal time.
And that second target looks to be the Clef Key. We have not seen that yet this match, which will shut down the abilities of basic Pokemon on both sides of the board as long as it's active, except for any other Clef Key with that same ability. Maybe hoping to use the Clef Key as a disruption tactic while trying to build up a new board state. Attaching an energy from hand to the Gardevoir EX, and will take the knockout on the Rotom. Looks like Troy will be promoting the... No, still thinking about it. But an opportunity to set Yoshi back at least a turn. If Troy can somehow manage to knock out that Gardevoir EX this turn, we would be at least 1 turn away from seeing another one. Does promote the Greninja, the Radiant Greninja here. Perhaps contemplating a snipe play, but I'm not sure if that's possible this turn. We do now have 11 energies in the discard pile, so we'd be hitting for 250 with that Ceruledge EX. We do flip the script with the Pheasantipity after that Rotom was knocked out. And an Ultra Ball here, discarding 2 fire energies, it looks like, will be on the cards for Troy. That'll get us up to 13 energies in the discard pile. Oh, considering an alternative path, looks like it'll be a Charcadet that goes instead of one of the fires, holding on to the other, possibly to retreat. And looks like we'll be failing that Ultra Ball. But up to 12 energies in the discard pile. So we'll be hitting for 270 at the moment with the Ceruledge. Needs to get 2 more energies into the discard pile to be able to one-shot that Gardevoir. It is possible, but he has exhausted most of his draw for this turn. So one of those energies could come from attaching to the active and retreating, or, as it looks like we may be about to see, we may be abandoning the search for the boss's orders regardless. Yes, we are playing a Professor's Research. That'll be the supporter for the turn, discarding the hand and drawing 7 cards. We need just 1 more energy into the discard pile other than the one used to retreat this turn to hit for 310. It will not be necessary this turn to do that, of course. But we do see the retreat. It will be more than enough to knock out this heavily damaged Drifloon. So down to 3 prizes is Troy, needing to stay ahead in this prize race. Now we see a Curlia hit the board, a little more draw power available for Yoshi trying to stay in the prize race, plays a Hisuian Heavy Ball to take a look at those prizes, see what we might have available. Does grab the Cresselia, which may be an option to damage things before taking significant knockouts. Still on those 4 prize cards, though. And just doing a double check, how much damage is my opponent doing with that Saraledge? And at present, that is 290 damage. Any damage counters on that Guardtower EX would put it within one-shot range right now. So Yoshi a bit wary potentially of putting any more damage on with Psychic Embrace, just to retreat the Guardtower EX. So we'll attach from hand and manually retreat, it looks like. Possibly. Just contemplating a few different paths of play here. Guardtower, to be fair, is a very complex deck to play. The sequencing is absolutely critical. You play one card out of order, it may throw off the entire game. And we do see that manual attachment and retreat. A couple more Psychic Energies into the discard pile for that Guardtower deck. And some decent options still here available to Yoshi. Looks like we will just be passing this time. And for Troy, we do see the top deck of the Brilliant Blender, an option to get rid of some energy cards. There's also an Earthen Vessel, discarding that one more fire energy he needed in the discard pile in order to make sure he had enough damage to one-shot that Guardtower. So there is now enough. And to knock out this turn will put him 1 prize away. And he does hit the boss's orders, does pull up the Guardtower EX, and will be taking that knockout for 310 damage. And taking 2 prize cards, needs just 1 more to win this game and force a Game 3 for this League Cup Championship. Yoshi contemplating what to follow up with here. Elects for the Curlia. And does he have a way around this? Uses the Curlia's refinement there, discarding the Cresselia that was taken with the Hisuian Heavy Ball last turn out of the prize cards. Just get a couple more options here that'll help him determine what the next best course of action is. We have now marked that that ability has been used. We see a Night Stretcher now. Grabs another Curlia. Gives a little more option for draw power here. And chooses to discard a Dark Energy. Draw a couple more cards. Will this be enough? Is it too late in Game 2 for Yoshi to mount a comeback here? It doesn't look like there are a whole lot of Jet Energy in the discard pile already on Troy's side of the board. So pulling something up and hoping to stall may not be good enough. We do see the return of Guardtower EX to the fold just now. With only 1 prize remaining for Troy, you may as well. It's not as though a 2-prize target will hurt you in any way. May as well have the extra HP, if nothing else. And we will see an Iono, hoping to put his opponent back down to just 1 card available, plus whatever he draws for turn. So Yoshi trying to buy just a little more time to get back into this game. But with 1 Saraledge active, with the energy to knock out anything in his deck, and another Saraledge on the bench, potentially with that energy available as well, and I believe we did see one in the hand, things were looking grim in Game 2 for Yoshi. Does look like we see the counter catcher pulls up the Pheasantipity, is going to accelerate energy onto the Gardevoir EX and put 6 damage counters onto it and hope against hope that Troy doesn't have an energy available. And there's the Earthen Vessel right off the bat to go in and grab 2 energies, 1 to attach and retreat, and more than enough damage from Ceruledge to knock out Gardevoir EX. We are going to a Game 3, folks, for the finals of the Guardtower Quarter 3 League Cup. A strong performance in Game 2, a disruptive approach from Troy, and we are right back in it. It is all to play for in this pivotal Game 3. Yoshi, having lost Game 2, will have the option to go first or second going into Game 3. And just as a reminder, should we hit the end of the allotted time for this round, there will be 3 additional turns after the turn when time is called. After that, if it is tied on prize cards, players will continue the game until someone is either ahead on prize cards or completes a win condition, whichever takes place first. Now, if both players complete a win condition at the same time, if one player has completed more win conditions, or thereby becomes... if one player completes more win conditions, that player will be the winner. None of this matters, of course, if the prize cards are not even when turn 3 ends.
So there's no,
Can I see?
there's no, like,
No turn 0, 1, 2, 3.
Because time was called in between 2 and 3.
Now, it should be noted
Am I reading that correctly?
that time may have been called already. If that is the case, we will go into a tiebreaker game. Now, for those unaware, a tiebreaker game is essentially the same scenario I mentioned earlier, where you play the game until one player is either ahead on prize cards or has completed more win conditions at the same time than their opponent.
Troy got 2.
so is that right? So,
They confirm something?
And Yoshi, I think that's a good idea. I think I'm going to have some water too.
let's just wait.
There's nothing rush. If I can rush, I'll go by midnight, so.
It's crazy. It's like, it's cool to have a stream, but also.
Looks like a slight delay in setup here. I'm guessing we probably have hit the end of time here.
Did you go to Worlds?
So it'll be just a moment, folks. Once again, thank you for your patience, and please do bear with us as we get through any of the delays we may have to deal with. These things do happen in the course of tournaments.
Is that, you went to the Pokemon Center there? That's
Yeah,
insane.
I got we got the staff time before the event.
Oh, nice.
I mean, it's like regular time with other people, but just.
It's like all this
Yeah.
stuff.
Not really. I didn't get anything like payment. I didn't get any payment.
Really?
At the time we go, like it's pretty much all gone, right? Like if you're not going to, so we get morning
All
time.
right, still setting up by the look
you
of
have to
things.
be like 9 a.m. point, like 9 a.m. one to be able to get the like skateboard or ukulele.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
But evidently not cleared to go ahead and set up this game.
Wednesday morning, I think. I didn't.
So we will see how we're going to approach that momentarily. Okay.
Yep. We have reviewed the tournament rules.
Looks like we may be able to proceed here.
Considered tiebreaker game for this perfect game.
Just an explanation going on to the players from the judges.
Yes.
It's just whoever.
So you'll set up as a normal game.
Okay.
Whoever takes first prize.
Whoever
And it is entirely possible that
that would
if time was called before the players determined who was going first for Game 3, then we would go straight into a tiebreaker game, and if at any point someone took a prize first and was ahead on prizes, that could determine the game, potentially on the second or third turn of the game.
I have basics. Let me put down
So looks like a mulligan draw coming Yoshi's way, as Troy does not have a basic Pokemon in the hand.
She good too. So sure. Yeah, I don't think
And Yoshi has,
under this rule, I don't think.
good lord, there are several in there by the look of it. And that is confirmation, folks. It will be the first to either complete a win condition or be ahead on prize cards. So we are essentially in a quote-unquote sudden death phase. Note that sudden death is not currently used in tournament formats. But whoever takes a prize card first, or goes ahead on prize cards, or completes a win condition, will be declared our winner. And another mulligan draw for Yoshi, as Troy unable to find a basic Pokemon for a second consecutive hand. Third time lucky, perhaps? Will we see another Charcadet start for Troy, or will things go a little bit sideways in this tiebreaker game? So, one more attempt here, hoping to get a basic Pokemon this time. There is a Radiant Greninja and a Squawkabilly EX in the hand. Looks like Troy will be starting with the Squawkabilly. And we will see who has chosen to go first here. Or rather, who Yoshi has determined will go first here. Looks like it's going to be Yoshi, who did not draw for turn. Or at least I don't think he did. I may have missed it.
Did you draw for turn?
Yeah.
How many mulligans?
There are enough cards that he could have drawn for turn. Whether he played, or rather took the mulligan draws or not, is the question here.
7, 8, 9.
So 10 would be.
Yeah, I did
What's this?
So the trouble is, a mulligan draw is determined to be mandatory before you draw a card for turn. Once the turn has allegedly started, you should have drawn those mulligans already. So that draw was mandatory. Looks like folks are
Oh, wait 1 second.
getting to the end of a long day, and I think we can probably forgive a little bit of that tiredness. But it has been a long tournament. It has been a long weekend. Both of these players competed yesterday in another League Cup here in Columbus, Ohio. And once again, folks, we are so grateful for your patience as we deal with these delays that do happen in the course of running tournaments. So we shall see what exactly comes of this. Hopefully very shortly. All right, we do have the judges back.
Right. In this case, we know.
Now, on the bright side, I don't think the top card of the deck has changed in order.
Pull off the Buddy Buddy. Right. The Buddy Buddy would have been a legal action. So that will.
The one card that has been set aside, we believe, is a card that Yoshi was taking for the Buddy Buddy Poffin, but I'm not certain of that.
You good?
So like this go back to my hand and you shuffle this?
Alright.
Yeah, sorry.
We're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just draw a card and use Buddy Buddy.
Okay, so
Wait.
it does appear the judge is shuffling the deck at the moment.
He's shuffling
And on the
deck
bright
and
side, if the judge is shuffling the deck, if there is a penalty applied, it does not affect the prize cards needing to be taken to win the game. So we can at least be fairly certain we're going to see some more Pokemon this afternoon, folks. Don't worry.
So that you can draw for turn.
Alright.
We don't know how much, because again, it is first to be ahead on prize cards or complete a win condition.
Okay, makes sense why you're
Yep, yep, yep.
shuffling.
Sorry, like it's
Stressful.
It's stressful, yeah. I know.
Alright. You guys good?
Yeah.
And that long day is starting to get to everybody, I think. But on the bright side, at least we can tell they're both in good spirits, right? We're all having fun here.
I guess Judge Shuffle is final.
Judge
right?
Shuffle is
Yeah,
final.
final, yeah.
Tiebreaker game to determine a League Cup champion here. And we have drawn for the turn, and it looks like we are back underway. There is that Buddy Buddy Poffin, and we are right back at it.
Yeah, I should have 9 cards plus.
So everything's.
Or maybe not. Okay, we are playing the Buddy Buddy Poffin. We are underway. We are going. Poffin is going to grab the Ralts and a Klefki by the look of things. And Yoshi likely trying to disrupt any explosive start that Troy might be able to get here on the first turn, knowing that all it's going to take is one prize card to win this League Cup. We are one prize card away for either player. Don't worry about the 6 of them that are on the side of the board. All they need to do is take one. So we have retreated into that Klefki, and it is now Troy's turn. How explosive can this turn be? What he needs to start with is something to set up an attacker. Does go ahead and bench the Squawkabilly. Uses the jet energy into it and goes straight for the Carmine. There are now 2 energies in the discard pile, as well as the Briar, which is going to be completely useless in this matchup. There is virtually no way for Yoshi to get down to 4 prizes without winning the game in the process. So a few more energies in that hand. Did we miss an attacker? Oh! An alternative approach being taken. It's the Squawkabilly attacking with Motivate. 20 damage to the Klefki, but crucially, attaching 2 energies from the discard pile to one of the bench Pokemon. In this case, it is the Greninja, the Radiant Greninja, that could take those prizes itself. Troy putting Yoshi on essentially a 1-turn clock here. All he has to do is get another water energy, and Greninja will all but certainly take the prizes needed to win this game on the next turn. Yoshi may choose to go for a Manaphy here, does go for the Manaphy to try and protect the bench, but can he get that Cresselia now into the active position and keep himself from giving up a prize card? Does retreat the Klefki back into the Cresselia, but that will bring Greninja's ability back online. Even if, oh no, there is a water energy in the hand already. All Troy needs is a gusting effect here. And the boss is already in the hand. Folks, we have a League Cup champion. Troy is your winner of the Guardtower Q3 League Cup. Congratulations to Troy, a brilliantly played first couple of turns of that tiebreaker game, and 50 championship points, loads of prize support, a beautiful Pikachu playmat which reads champion on it, and 50 points towards the Columbus Invitational as well. Thank you all for tuning in to our coverage of the Guardtower League Cup for Q3. I've been Ben Osborne. We'll see you next time.